Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota na ni wa. Ugi bota we se. Ni ma gba kandere na ni wa. Oko wa ni nori lohion. Nori le emata. Noria emi no keke no malewo. Ke no we ria akugbo orewo. Ore ten. Oro jonwe. Ore nogi. Oro ka. Oro ka le na iwe mi na. Dèwé náà yà kí ni wọn aláwùdá ọ̀rẹ́ wò ẹ̀rọ ọba ya yẹ àárín ọba rẹ̀ ya yé náà yà fẹ́ náà yà áwọ̀ rẹ̀ gbé màá ní ẹ̀dọ̀ màá ní ọ̀kà yẹlẹ̀ màá ní ọ̀dọ̀ wòye màá ní ọ̀kà màá ní ẹ̀nìyí màá yẹ wọ̀rẹ̀ gbé mà àdéhùn màmá wọ̀ rẹ̀ gbé mà lèvi yẹ yà làwùdá ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ̀ kẹ́ni màá yẹ oṣù ẹni màá gbà kan nàfi náà ní wọn àlùbọ́ tàwẹ̀ dẹ̀ náà náà ọ̀rẹ́ màá ọ̀tún máa rẹ̀ Victor Bizugbe Outwe.
Adonewu wadonewu zomo waya bitota waya se peti wa watuta age peti otana emi no bun no waye wo e ma ho na gun akan run da were no nya pon na ti pan so me no manya ogbeya heku oba atope
ise owere ma otenere oye gboma no bi abe oka orabe obunya
eni wa bota wa bebe de kai afuwe gbosa lo bo ogo wa yaro wa ya tota wa we dan here emi ni ma we you no kan be epetu we na wa we se oba atope
ise mere ma so abose nje no bi e o no ri ejoba yo kai o we do ya fe ina be o ka jo ye o ya fe worldwide me do to wa ya oba atope
ise
eri ma gwa kan ni wa o emi ni no kan ba rai ọkà ráẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́wé ráẹ̀ òhẹ́ ráẹ̀ ọ̀kàrẹ́lẹ́ ní anákìrẹ́wó elógèrè ùdẹ́mìnà fíánà elógèrè wòsó ẹ̀wọ̀n elógèrè anámẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́wé náà ríra ọ̀dọ́wé ọ̀ọ́dọ́ òhẹ́ ọ̀rìnrìn zẹ́lilẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n elógèrè ọ̀dọ́wé náà rọ̀ ọ̀dọ́wé ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀n ni kèràrú ẹ̀ ìjọ́kẹ́ ànáwó ní ọjọ́ nọ̀rí ẹsẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ọ̀rùká òhẹ́ ni òhẹ́ ìṣàgbó àwòrán olókun ọwọ́ bọ̀wẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ òhẹ́ ní ọba ìpàdé bọ̀ọ́dúgbìẹ̀ ó ní òhẹ́ ní ṣàìbò ní tẹ́wàtàwẹ́ èmi yàrá máa rú èmi yàrá lèmìnà sùnù ọ̀gẹ̀lẹ̀ sùnù ìgbésẹ̀ náà zọ nẹ̀wó yàdùnà ó ní òhẹ́ o ana mi we ebo ọ̀rẹ́ wo eri ọ̀rẹ́ no ọ̀ka obe aro ni wọn ebo no ka oye enoge se tin areba ọ̀ka areba enoge leba ọ̀ka aro otote noge oyi ebo no ka oye no ze ko ka ọ̀ra ojan wo no we ze ke ọ̀ra ohen ne no ba le wo we mi alowo dado erare dado wae odon we eraro gojo odon we yan ka se he nogi bo gojo yan ka se koka yan ka se ke ohe to bo erare re ogwa yan ka ri ze ini wa eyi no iya ehana ayan na nda su mi na nene ejeje oge nene adoro na ya dole wo yi ero no salobo ahi uji re ni nana no ya to lewo ana bu ayo ase ero no salobo ahi ni ya ru no kete na ru ana gwa lo to stress o ma ne obi ewo u se ti odun we lewo o tedo we ni ari wu na de e ra bi yu na ke wo bere ona do bi o we wo ni u se ti mo don we uwa igi abun awon aruko gbeba iṣẹ́ tí mo jọ wòye ọwọ́ ìwà sùnù nìyà ọwọ́ àbí ẹ̀ bá ọdún ọmọ yẹsù ẹgbẹ́ òwú wọ̀ ọ́rí ọdún ó yà gbòòrò ẹ ó fi hàn á di ẹgbà ìmọ̀ ní jẹ́ wọn ìyá rọ̀ ìmọ̀ àwọn olùsùn ní èyí ẹ̀wò ní orí rọ̀ ilẹ̀ ìwé ọ̀tá mi wọ̀ olùsùn ní ọ̀tẹ̀mẹ̀ Bizugbe.
Bàbá rẹ̀ ọ̀wẹ́ ọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀gbúnù no ekwe mu wa han wi yotan ona loho hu da we edo iya ke wa me nwa eni ebo wa me nwa ti àwọn me mi aluvien obara re mudia ori vie ka me when the governor mudia on have a commissioner when the president mudia of the minister ka me ni garo eni ga ye me se kinoye e wo no ka me be ye ne shi bi be aweri e o ka o be gare wa kate awu nu ode ya na mo wu kekere wo be na che odon water odon wo we ke odon we han ti ma me uwu ki ma kere e ma e wa ni a mo bo yi e o ka oyi no gba okoto no ga re ni re gi ma le wa fi ogwe do la o tore wo na wo de no ma keke so pa ne de ye na ni bunia amayi lu yore enoge ne ari owo ka o ne ari owo jan we ne hu da we ave vie ave okaigele no gba o mana gie hu da we ojan we hin no nwa ne e te ti ale lu wo ahian so pa emi no wa do kaka bodo pa mo din ara imi we iya e ha na mama yo dun na iya ga so le bo we o ma de keke yeye ti anya akuku gbe ona ga ewo na no pa iwe e wo ri hen o de yuvien we ya re e ba bo ga we na ya le uvien na bo o kan lele ni ana ma mi we ra ito kranya ito kan na wa so iya me no wa iseza ni wa muda yo de iya mu ni mu na we he de yo oru nye de mi ke me ma de iya wa kwa e wo de ni wa ro ni wa ri nwina e ni wa nwina yin wa la ere if your gear kun ni yan oni ye no ro ka kebe king yan eni wa re wa ni wa we ro ni wa bowo wa eni wa boy eni o mu ogie odun we de ase akota ni e de are gbogbe na mu e adu we no vere gbe ma me ti yan ma mi ada me wa yin ami na na gbe nwa re rio inu ino ni ma na gbon ni ma na wa we yi piripiri na ona wi yan nya ni yan ese owo bazo ma so ma wesi ana bi ta we ogie ayewo na ene ma so pe ne ma nu ogugie dole oyi oba atope
wesi otan rewo oka orusu no ka bo wa la no ibi kikenan mo kon wa bi ye mo he no ta tan le bisu gbezo ko yo
wa do mo ni wan zebe ne eteme ya gun kan si o ka owo kate oba e me igi oka o na ri ye na ni abodian we no gele ruso almost we say gwa abi dori we na ya yin we na ya dole wo yi e ai odo e time ni o ke do we la o pe odian we o be de o yo ka rile o we ri e ile le gbe so pa ebi ni me ho ni you no kan we mana baba na ni o ewe ewo le no gieje ewo ne no gieje amo bo mo e oka o eje wa ana be miewe oka o ona we agwe enogi ro ndawe ewo ni ona ikakabo digba ove wire otoni ana imiewe abide moka o ba enogi oka o ni enogi okaze okeze ora ibe zero da egie e ba mune odion we e orize ba wa be ke ba pa igio hen no reba e oribe ze bene oyale le gbe kian so pa ewo ni buro ne igio hen je odion we aro ewo ni bu we ro no ka we je odion we aro ami ewo ne odion we je ewo no odion we je ni o pa wa ye we ohen na be aro odion we o ka mi se ohen ni o zebe ototo yi debe no ye we omo no bari na ebe wewe oye ohen so bedo ya so oni oba to bo ewo ni epo ni giangi ma ebun de ona aro so pa ve ni lele na ya de ki o to ade we ami e o to no gboka o kero ugbowede ro we ni ma do we wa re ma e ma ri yen gbe ni ma do afi e emi no re iyi ore ni ka ode na do afi e wori e ojo we ana aro gbejion ojo we o ka ze okan we ni no gi are e wo ni be ogbejion abere egwa ogo hen o heni o kabi ize so pa an we emi na ube wo we ebu gba we na do mi agbaji awe we na ya ize we o ka obo de bu ne enogi eje no enogi o ka ze bu ne enogi eje o ka o ka ze ojo wuye o ize lele iwo ni si ede o abi ke
wese eni wa hen matana ni uda we e won ka o ke wa re ro no ye nu wa we ilowo re na e wa so wo ka ogbe agbele ba yin re dun aye ame bo e mata no yin agbele ni wa e o ka no re umo de ya fe una gbe ye ko bia e ke na wo ka o ga aye ko to ade wa mi umo de no we no kata si go teme ge bizugbe umo de eyin aye ọka kwuo eno ni edu agbe ni ori e ba mu na no ya goba eru de ana ya mo ye ba no ko de ni bege no ko na are emi na aba ana ya ro e mo ye ba e ba mi na e ma madugie e ma ma ye mi je gwa iyan owe ka bi abiyan ni re opese ni agbe o ya ro e izo e be no wa no regbo tabi bi yan emi no ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ìnọ̀kí ẹ̀sẹ̀ lẹ́kẹ̀ òye ìyẹn àwẹ̀ mi náà wẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ ìyá yìí mọ̀ à nọ̀rẹ́ kẹ̀nẹ̀ ẹ̀sẹ̀ yé ẹ̀yàn kẹ̀kẹ́ náà ìyá yìí mọ̀ kẹ̀rọ gbàkà kẹ̀rọ abẹ́ wùwù kéyà èmi náà mi nìkì ìyẹn ìyá yìí mọ̀ à ẹ̀wà náà wẹ̀ mi wẹ̀ ogua ọ̀ọ́kákó nọ̀gbà ọ̀rẹ́ abẹ́ ọ̀dàdún ló dẹni yà fẹ́ wàá mìíràn wẹ́ni bú yeyeye ló dẹnu wẹ́ni ìyẹ́ra ló dẹnu
Nuame
no deno no pare
Isiloko
no deno
gelegele
no deno wa mi na ya fe be na du no de ya we na na we do we oba kate yi ko no hu da we e data yan wa silore yan wa e kere uzore yare wa mi we ana do yeso e de o yi e bo yi ro nigbe yan wa mi wa to fo do ana do yo ka wi lele we do se ọwọ́ tẹ́ ẹ̀rọ ní abẹ́
ìyàyọ́ bá nákòrò
ọba nákòrò fúdá ìyàn fi ẹ̀sẹ̀ rà ìyàn ló yàdọ̀ àbùmàkọ̀ anáyọ̀ ìyàn nìyọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ ní wẹ̀ ìyàn nìyọ̀ ọgbẹ̀hẹ̀ yà kìí ọ̀rọ̀ kan sọ ọkọ̀ lè agbẹ́ ìmìnà ilẹ̀ ọkà ọ̀yà yẹ ìmọ̀ ẹ̀nà yẹ ite ọtí mọ̀nà ite ní ọ̀sábọ̀nà gbẹgbẹ náà ọkà kò nù ó sọjà ẹ̀ èmi ní ẹ̀yìn wà rú ẹ̀ bá ọjọ́ òwe náà rẹ̀ bá kẹrọ ọ̀kà yẹ̀ lè ìyẹn máa kí yẹn pé yọ wọn dá ìgbé máa ra ẹ èdè òwe náà ní onú àmẹ ọrùjú ọrẹ òdẹ náà wọn lẹ́yìn kọ fi àgẹ nẹdẹ onú àmẹ ẹ wà lọ onú àmẹ ni ẹ wà ẹ sì dé ẹ yà kọ kúdo èmi lẹsì dé yà kọ kúdo ẹ yà èrè wa òkúta náà yà gbá yẹ mọ̀ọ́sù èmi náà rẹ àké ní yẹ ọwọ́ sí yẹ sí jẹ lé má lòdò ní yẹ yà lé má lòdò ọyẹ gẹdẹ gbẹ níwá ọyẹ wíwẹ gbó wa. Ohun via wa re ba re ni e si je ikon na gbe ni ijobo no ohun via irun ne ona no ri otin re ona ya moka ona wo no wa ka no re ba o yi re ba tene na ohun via oro otin re ona wo to pa ni ma yin ho oye na mi wo ohun via be bi yan re ba ma o ke ke wa e gbin ayo ni wa o ka o dun he be ke o ri aki odun we o we jin o he nítorí akin iye ọrẹ dọnù oyè ní kàtà sí ọmọ náà orí ẹwò ọyà amóhùn wò ìrẹjọ ọ̀rọ̀ tó dára bí ẹ bá àgbè ní ìyàfẹ àyà àgbò ẹ òwe tọkọ ọmọ náà máa ní ọdún wò àyà amóhùn wò ẹ o àìsílẹ̀ yẹ ọdún wò bọ èyí ọ̀nà ìhẹ́ inú ni wọn aláìyé kẹ̀nà ọ̀sábàdàn bí wàá mọ̀ màkà bọ́ọ̀lù yìí wà ẹ̀mà níbi ìtẹ̀ ẹ̀mà ìrúnú àmẹ̀ ẹ̀mà ìrẹ́ ìtẹ̀ gbéyeye ẹ̀mà ìrẹ́ ìkìlọ̀ orí akin ìjókòó ọ̀nà àbọ̀kà wá dé báyà wọn náà ni wọn Ugiri ni awe ọmọ náà bá ẹdẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ òkèké náà ọbẹ̀ mọ́ká ọ̀yẹ́ ológun ọ̀nà yà máa yẹ o. Mo dé ìbìnà ehọ̀ dé ìbìnà lótọ̀ náà yà dọ̀lẹ́ ọ̀ká pọ̀ ní. Ọbẹ̀ rẹ̀ ìmúna kẹta ń wò wá yàní dọ̀lẹ́ bàtà ọ̀ká
Sẹ́pọ̀kì.
Yàní sẹ́pọ̀kì ọ̀ká àmà yọ. Ọmọ àrùlé àwọn ọdún ọ̀nà mọ́ká àwọn ẹgẹ́ ọ̀ká ọ̀yẹ́ nọmba 1.
Ọ̀ká àwẹ̀ ògbèmí rọ̀.
Ọ̀ká àwẹ̀ ògbèmí rọ̀.
Ẹ̀yà ní báyọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀.
Ọ̀ká àwẹ̀ ògbèmí rọ̀. Èmi ni wọn èní ni ọmọ náà káàró náà yà á mú ìdá ẹ̀ẹ́nù. Ọwọ́dọ̀ náà káàró wá ayọ̀ náà wáyé wá àwọn ẹgẹ́ ǹdá ìwé náà kàgẹ́ ló ṣe tí gbọ́ káàró wá kan. Ló mí ẹ̀rẹ́ pẹ̀ wẹ̀ náà dá wẹ̀ rẹ̀ ní kéye ọmọ mẹ́ ti pàgbé. Ẹ o wà gbọ́dọ̀ lẹ́wọ̀ wà kú gbé wà kàn sí ní náà àárí èkéré wọ àrísẹ̀ ìdẹ̀wò ń bà náà mọ̀nà bà nẹ́dọ̀ ọ̀nà yìí àfẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́ yìí tẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ ìjábọ̀ ni.
Ekele ni ayé rí tẹ́ ìwé dáadẹ́ wò nàkà náà ní ọkàn ó lè rí jẹ́ náà. Ibi ẹ̀wò ẹ̀yọ́ tó bọ̀ ẹ̀ wá jẹ́ ọbọ̀ wá sí ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀rù dá àwọn náà rí. Ẹ̀wò náà wọ́n mọ̀ bọ̀ ká náà yà fẹ́ kí náà náà sún 50 by 100 náà ìhìn ẹni èrè ọ̀jẹ̀ ìsókè dóná náà. 50 by 100 ni wáyé kàkà bọ́wé ya mú pàmò wẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ máa ní kí ó tọ̀. Wẹ̀ dáadẹ́ wò ní nọ́kàwé ràn áwò rẹ̀ kọ̀ wúwà wáyé rẹ̀ máa ní wákùn yóò tọ̀ bọ́. Ebe ni àgbín àìdò ayé ẹ̀rù kèkì. Àwọn náà wéwì náà máa ẹ̀ ayé gbé tà. Ẹ̀mẹ̀ kàkà bọ́ lè má wáyé mi ẹ̀ dáadọ́ rẹ̀ nà kàn nà wẹ́ wárẹ̀ ẹni ẹ̀mẹ̀ ẹtí nu mẹ́ yàdọ̀ lẹ́wọ̀ yìí ẹtí nu mẹ́ ní ẹ̀ bá ẹ̀wọ̀n ní ẹ̀bùrẹ́ mẹ́ náà yàgbọ́ bàdọ̀ lẹ́wọ̀ yìí. Àrùn ọ̀pá ẹtí máa fóyè fọ́npá dáadọ́ rẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ sábà yẹ ẹ̀ nà n'ala ọ káyọ̀ lókè o ọjọ́ wo lókè o ọjọ́ wọn kè o èmi nù ẹ̀ yàdọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀nùjẹ yìí ẹ̀ máa mú bọ́ rèdó kàkà bọ́ gun àkàn ìbọ̀tà ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ náà wẹ́ ni màá yá fẹ́ náà yẹ ebi ayúrò họ wẹ́ wà dẹ́rẹ́ mi náà sunu bẹ́ ẹ̀ dáadẹ́wò ní dáadọ́rẹ́ yé náà nìyà ẹ̀ máa ní wà tó tọ̀rẹ́ kẹ́ni sùn ẹ̀ mi là wẹ́ náà ẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ wáyọ̀ta kéèyà. Okon náà dé ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́kẹrẹ àwọn ẹ̀dọ́ bí ọ̀rẹ́ bòbé ni máa rí ọ̀rẹ́ bòbé ni máa ẹ̀mí ni máa rú náà ẹ̀dọ́ mi ẹ̀wẹ́ àwọ̀rì ọ̀bẹ ọ̀sáàbà náà gẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀bẹ ẹ̀dọ́ mi ẹ̀wà òkè gbé àkú ọ̀dìyàn wẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn òwèrè àkú ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gì ẹ̀yìn òwèrè ẹ̀mẹ̀ náà tánìkìyà máa tẹ̀tí ìyàwó gbọ́ ẹ̀wù yàn ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́wé ni máa rú yóò ni máa fi ẹ̀kọ́ ìwòrí ẹni máa rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kàó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ayá bùdí àhẹ́ ní ayá dọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ yìí dó sẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yà sẹ̀ ìrọ̀rí mana ni màá bẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ní ó dẹ́bùn kan ẹ̀wẹ̀ ni wàá yé sọ́ọ̀sì níbẹ̀ ejò ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́wé ní abẹ́ wìnìwìnà ní àwìnà níbẹ̀ yé sọ́ọ̀sì èrùn náà bẹ̀ kẹ̀kẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ ni wàá bẹ̀ náà wẹ́ náà yà dọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ yìí ìyá bẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mí wa ní wàá bẹ̀ ìrẹ̀gùn ayọ̀.
Mami ẹ̀rẹ̀ kí a bọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ kí a ní ọ̀zùpọ̀ bí náà yìí nàná ìfẹ́ náà ìdẹ́rẹ̀ wẹ́ ana mama na lo de we no heke na la ami oge wo kieke so pon ana we na we gbo wa kan gbo bi huwe ni ma ke no gu ake no wo obe ya yikan mami ọba tope
ise
o mama ọba osalobo aye ona ye nwa lele we na ye King Solomon ona ye nwa ne ọ̀nà màmá wẹ ìyàn pa àwọn èèyàn wà tún bọ́ yẹ ya ẹsẹ̀ tí ọ̀nà bí ọbẹ̀ ìnígì wàgùnmẹ́ra mìíràn náà ọ̀nà rẹ̀ kò gbọdọ̀ ìnígì ọ̀nà bí àwọn ọkà wà dé ba ìnígì mìíràn náà ọ̀nà bí ọjọ́ wẹ̀ lélẹ̀ dẹ́ ọ máa bẹ̀ wò ya wàrà mìíràn wà á dí àgbo náà dẹ́ ọ̀nà rẹ̀ gbé tì kò tó tọ̀ wẹ́ wà á bẹ̀ ẹ̀ka rẹ̀ wà dé ba ọjọ́ wẹ̀ ra mìíràn mọ́ ní ẹ̀ náà kò kò yẹ wẹ́ ukadele ra ehana mudia enamu keyo ede eye hudo ni mana na nakuku gbe we na howo na nopa na howe no pa inwu na ga hia oge na do mi ewe mo pa ho ni ye na hudo ya si mi no ma su egbe ogbobo gudu no gba ho we o ka gele o rize ri yojo we bo Ara ìran wẹ́ ọ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀dùn ayé ọ̀dùn òwe ọ̀rí kẹ̀mẹ̀ ní ọ̀kà ọ̀kan yàwó mi. O ìkẹ́wò rí gba ọ̀kà ọ̀rí ká ìrìn ní obìnrin arú. Ẹni tẹ́ ìrìn náà dé yú bí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà yá màmá lè gbé mi. Èrè ọ̀kẹ́ kìnìún yà aga lè lẹ̀ rẹ́rì ọ. Ẹ̀wọ̀ ọyẹ hẹ̀nẹ̀hẹ̀nẹ̀. Bo lele nami ẹwẹ èmi yàn náà hùwà lọ́nà wà lè lu òfin. Ní àrà àká nọọsọ ẹgbẹ ọtọ rẹ nínú pàwọwọ rẹ dáwọn àdọrẹ ńwìnìwìnà rẹ èmi ní yàgbé yìí fi ọkẹ ní mọdé agbínà yóò bà mẹ nìwọ pàkín ayé ọmọ náà máa bí ayé bò wà rẹ dùnà náà máa bí ẹ ọrẹ lórí agbọn ọdọ òrè bò wá ẹyẹ rè bí orí ẹrè bọ tẹnà wẹ agbínà bá ná wàdí màmá àtẹmí ẹwọ ọrẹ ọrẹ dó mi mà ọkẹ gbé mi mà náà kà á gbèlè gbé mà náà ẹwọ wa àwọ wà náà rà gbé ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ tí kò sì gbé àti had divided against himself ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ tí kò díà lóhùn dání wàhálì má kàrà gbé ní máa ń kàkà bọ́ ìkàdẹ́lẹ̀ àtúwà ó tọ̀ ní máa dé òwú mà yìí lóhùn dá ètẹ̀rà bẹ̀rẹ̀ àfihàn mára fihàn ẹni adúgbò àwẹ̀ ọ̀mọdé rọ ọmọ wà rẹ̀ dùn ọba àtọ́pẹ̀
iṣẹ́ ìníwọ̀n ayá ìwé òkè náà máa dún ẹ̀bọ̀n ni ẹ̀mọ́ adọ̀lọ́wọ́ wa ẹ̀yìn màgùn akànnà n'ọdẹ kan n'oge n'ọdẹ kan ọkà n'ọdẹ kan ọdún òwe n'ọdẹ kan di ọdún ẹ n'oyi kpogi sẹwa ọni ọrẹ ọkàyè ni ẹnà ọkàyè lẹ jásẹ gbé wẹ náà zẹ ọkàyè lẹ òun bíẹnu la n'ọdún òwe yára ìwé làdìyàn wẹ wòyàn gùn rẹ wòyàn wẹyìn ajẹ òun wẹyẹ yó ó yà kí n ti gbé orí ọ̀pá bí ẹ̀kọ́ kan di ọdún òwe ó bíẹnu ọkẹ yẹrẹ. Ẹ̀bọ̀nú fẹ́rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀kú àìkéde ọdún yá kí ẹ̀wọ̀ pa èmi nìyàn máa ń wò ẹ̀wọ̀ pa èmi nìyàn lọ́wọ́ kó lè yá sórí náà máa ń yẹn nù. Wọ́n náà rè mí kọ́ ẹ̀bọ̀nú la gbọ́ ẹ̀ nẹ̀ ẹ̀mọ̀nú lè jẹ́ lọ yé bóyá kí sábẹ̀ má ní ìrù òwe yọ nòrò òwe yẹ ẹ̀ ká wọ̀ pa náà wọ̀ ẹ̀ ẹ̀gbẹ́ ni orí àwà èyí ni orí àwà. Dánmú èyí ni ẹ̀wò wọ́n bá tó zọ yèyí wẹ ìyádọ̀lẹ̀ wo náà ó ìyádọ̀lẹ̀ yìí ẹgbẹ́ náà fẹ́ ká máa bí wọn ọ̀rẹ́ bóyá ti ẹwọ́ rẹ̀ yẹ rẹ̀ ṣùpá náà sọ ègbé ẹ̀yìn màkà bọ́gbọ́n akaná wẹ́ẹ́ ni wẹ́ẹ́ orí ẹ̀wọ̀ ni adùn àmọ́ yẹ ẹ̀ nígbà ọ̀wá nẹ́ẹ̀sì mi yọ ẹ̀ abákọ̀ọ̀fọ̀ ayé abẹ́ nínú wúlò bí ẹ̀wọ̀ ni ẹgbìnà yọ ọmọ sọ ẹgbẹ yorí ẹwọ nọọdún jẹsọ ìgbé lèmi mèkè náà dúnà
tọ́ra dúnà ní máa yà ó dúnà tọ́ra
ní bàbá ìjẹmẹ.
Dúnà tọ́ra dúnà ní máa yà bàbá dúnà.
Tọ́ra dúnà náà rí ìjẹmẹ.
Dúnà tọ́ra dúnà ní máa yà òkò dúnà.
Ọ̀dùnà ní màá yá ìyá yìí sí wàlẹ́ ayé wà náwó kàwé ni wà náwó dóngòye wà náwó ká o wà náwó níbi ọ̀dùnà ní wà yá kẹ́ ẹ̀ wà láwọ́ àtẹ̀sí ìwé ọba àtọ́pẹ́
iṣẹ́.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omao-Gyukbo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of the show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. You know, we have a system that needs to, you know, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public fund without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, you know, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also put demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, you know, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, you know, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, you know, interpret and settle disputes, you know, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm that the system will operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards the executive.
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
Stricto sensu, it's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about Section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with a specific reference to the National Assembly who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to, how they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why, I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now, at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level, and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near
abysmal.
It's a near zero, abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials, demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, But that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And those, what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You know, you have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. You know, a situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, you know, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, you know, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, you know, explore, you know, in details or directly or, you know, totally from that same, you know, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, you know, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, you know, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, you know, is seeking for in the law. I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not, that may not be, that cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it, you know, seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to electoral acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety, that is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Act provides for exemptions. And those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19, with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act. And that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states, but not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the Accountant General of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carry out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Government? Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
For individuals, citizens, group of citizens, to now make application.
Yeah, because
to
it's
get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, but how fluid or how, accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to, refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their still worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omo Gripo. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
Good evening and welcome to Voices of Freedom. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Tonight we confront a topic that pierces the heart of our humanity, child molestation. It is a crime often buried under silence, disguised by culture and protected by shame. But behind every silence lies a story, a child's cry unheard, a wound unseen, a life forever changed. One of those stories belonged to a little girl from Benue State, a girl named Ochanya Elizabeth Ogbanje. Her name has become a haunting reminder of what happens when a society looks away. At just 13 years old, Ochanya's life ended, not because of illness or accident, but because of years of sexual abuse at the hands of those she trusted most. Her uncle, a lecturer, his son, a student, 2 men, 1 child, a horror hidden in plain sight. And while Ochanya's story broke headlines years ago, her voice still cries out for justice and for all the children who continue to suffer in silence. Tonight, we tell our story, and through it, the stories of thousands like her. We ask, how did we get here? Why does it continue to happen? And what must be done to stop it? Because silence is not protection. Silence is complexity. As we begin tonight's story, I ask you, not just to listen, but to feel, to imagine, to remember that every statistic has a name, a face, and a childhood stolen from its times. Stay with us as we revisit the story of Ochanya, a name that must never fade. In a quiet village in Benue State lived a girl named Ochanya Elizabeth Ogbanje, bright-eyed, curious, and full of life. Her parents, like many Nigerian families, dreamed of a better life for her, so they sent her to live with relatives in Makurdi, where she could attend a good school. It was supposed to be an act of love. Instead, it became the beginning of a nightmare. Inside that home, a secret grew, one too heavy for a child to carry. For years, Ochanya was sexually abused by her uncle, Andrew Ogbuja, and his son, Victor. She kept quiet, not because she didn't know it was wrong, but because she was afraid of not being believed, afraid of bringing shame, afraid of being blamed.
2013, when I was 5 years old, I went to my mother's sister's house to school because there was no school in my village. So when I went there, when I was 8, the son started sleeping with me. Then when the sister caught him, the sister then reported him to the father. Then the father scolded at him, and that was when the father started. So September, when I went to school, I was not feeling fine, so I came back home. I went to Federal Medical Center in Makurdi here. I spent 2 months and 5 days there, so they discharged us. When I now came home, then that was when I told my mother that when I was in my uncle's house, my uncle and his son, they were sleeping with me.
Like many victims, she was trapped by fear and silence. The abuse continued until her body could no longer bear the pain. She developed vesicovaginal fistula, a tear caused by severe trauma that left her inconsistent, sick, and in agony. When she was finally taken to the hospital, doctors discovered the truth. She told them everything. For the first time, she found her voice. But it was too late. On October 7, 2018, Ochanya died. She died, but her voice lived on. Nigerians took to the streets and to social media demanding justice. The hashtag Justice for Ochanya became a national outcry. Activists, lawyers, and citizens united, not just for Ochanya, but for every child who had been hurt and silenced. But justice in Nigeria moved slowly. Our alleged abusers faced trial. The son fled. The father was acquitted. The woman who failed to protect her was jailed for only few months. 5 months for 5 years of suffering, a sentence that marked the meaning of justice. And so, once again, silence began to return.
We understand from what we heard, this child has been molested since she was 9, but the case never got to us until she was very, very sick. But even then, the wife of the state governor, Dr. Mrs. Eunice Otom, through her pet project, Eunice Spring of Life, took over the medical bills. She took over everything concerning the bills in the hospital. But then, when she died, His Excellency was on 10 days vacation in China. But when he heard, he insisted that government be represented at the burial, and I was the person that represented the government. And I passed on the governor's message to the people, and one of which was that the school, the primary school, which happened to be very close to where Ochanya was buried, in fact, directly opposite to the house where she was buried, the government directed that the school, that she be immortalized and the school be named after her, and that the school will be upgraded to such a standard that it will be more functional than it is now, and also directed that the Ministry of Justice, the Attorney General of the state, take over the case and to make sure that justice is administered.
The rape or defilement of minors in our society, it's becoming so rampant and on the increase now. So my advice to parents is that parents should be careful pursuing money and leaving the first assignment they're given to as parents to nurture these young ones they brought to the world. You know, mother and father cannot be rushing out early in the morning and coming back very late, all in the name of pursuing money and the detriment or at the detriment of their children. If you make the whole money in this world and you don't have anybody that will take after you or live after you, that the people can say, yes, that is the daughter or the son of so and so person, you have achieved nothing on this end. The parents have a lot of, or the family have a lot of a part to play, because most of the evidence are with them. They are the ones to say, yes, our daughter has been raped, and we have evidence to say, especially if we don't get to know about it on time. So sometimes you find out that in between the whole thing, the family disappears. And when they disappear with the evidence they're supposed to give, what do we do? You know, so sometimes we lose out in that manner when we cannot continue the case again. We have some of them on hand now that you call and call and call. The family members are not ready to cooperate with FIDA so that we can get to the end of those such matters.
Then when children report, now I'll tell you a scenario using the FCT situation where the Child Rights Act and Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act are currently justiciable. Do you know that if a child gets raped in Abuja today, the child is expected to foot the child's transportation to go to police and open a file, which is usually, on the average, cost 2,000 naira. Then the same child will go to the hospital to take medicals to ascertain a baseline to know exactly what happened, how the condition of the child, you know, if it corroborates with the story. The child will pay for that. Then the child is expected to pay for the medicals of the rapist or the rapists of the child. Then the same child is supposed to pay for police to go and invite whoever is doing all of this, and then pay for everything that has to do with investigation of the case. Then should the matter be minuted to legal to proceed to court, the child is expected to pay for appearance of the police prosecutor every time the police prosecutor turns up in court. This is terrible. Then should the court choose to remand whoever the alleged person is in prison, do you know that the child is expected to figure out how to get money and pay the prison officials who usually have their vehicles on the premises, at least 5,000 naira, to take the people, you know, to prison? Now, in practice, in theory, we have wonderful laws that exist. But in practice, we don't implement these laws, and we don't have support structures to support people who report. They say people don't report. It's a big lie. People are being reported, and the systems are not there.
Until recently, when Nigerians reignited the call to reopen a case to demand that the story not end where corruption, demand that the story will not end where corruption neglects left it. Ochaya's story is not an isolated tragedy. Across Nigeria, thousands of children suffer sexual abuse every year, often by relatives, teachers, or people they trust. Yet, most cases never reach the police. Families hide the shame, communities stay silent, institutions fail to act, and the children, the innocents, are left carrying scars that never fade. The trauma of child molestation goes beyond the physical. It destroys confidence, it plants fear, it breeds depression, it creates adults who struggle to love, to trust, to feel safe again. And in societies where silence is mistaken for dignity, predators thrive in darkness. But there is hope. Every time we tell these stories, we chip away that silence. We make it harder for predators to hide. We remind victims that they are not alone, because justice begins with awareness and freedom begins with truth.
1 in every 4 girls and 1 in every 10 boys will face some form of sexual violence before they turn 18 in Nigeria, and our government isn't doing anything to prevent that. When we build a nation as a broken children, they don't have anything to give to our nation anymore. I did not need to die. A government that does not monitor the welfare of its children is a government that is not building a future of its nation. And we must demand accountability of our government and justice for Ochaya and every child that has become a victim of sexual violence in Nigeria. We're demanding for justice. We're also demanding for greater social welfare accountability from our government. How can a child be born and until a child dies, you have no account of how the child is treated by society?
Until deterrents are available, there will be so many Ochayas, more and more in our society. So we need to do something about it. And the right way is to have the political will, pass laws that are stringent, and enforce those laws.
We want justice for Ochanya. Whoever stand or whoever is a wheel in the clog of progress in delivering justice for Ochanya is an injury to everybody alive. It's an injury to every girl child. The girl child must have right to education. The girl child must be protected. The girl child has dreams. She must be supported.
Most of us here are old students of the Federal Government Girls College, Boko, the school where the late Ochanya attended before her demise. We want justice, to let the Ministry of Justice know that we want justice for one of us.
You've heard our story, the story of a girl who trusted, who suffered, and who never saw justice. But Ochaya's story must not end with sorrows. It must become a call to protect, to educate, to act. Parents, speak to your children. Schools, teach boundaries and concepts. Communities, stop protecting predators. Justice must be louder than shame. Ochaya's name is more than a hashtag. It is a symbol of what happens when silence wins, and of what can happen when courage speaks. As long as we continue to tell our story, she will never be forgotten. This has been Voices of Freedom. I am Stephanie Notoriwa, and tonight we say protect the child, end the silence, demand justice. Until next time, stay blessed.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade and daily living in Benin City. Today, we take you to the ever-bustling Oluku Market, one of Edo's busiest open-air markets, where thousands of buyers and sellers meet daily. In recent times, the prices of staple food have continued to fluctuate, affecting both the traders and families. On this edition, we focus on two everyday essentials, rice and beans. From daily meals to festive dishes, these grains remain a constant presence in Nigerian kitchens. We'll find out the current prices in Oluku Market, the factors behind the recent changes, and how traders and consumers are adapting.
Beans and brown beans na the same price. Because of brown beans cost past this one. This one back now 120. This one 140, 130. You go see. A local beans and brown beans na the same price.
But this small one, it get the one we say be only white. We say not be different color like this.
Na Sokoto beans.
So how much is that one?
Sokoto beans. Because of na new one, you go see 80, 90
for bag.
For bag.
So this brown beans, how much did they sell the rubber?
Rubber, they say 4,000, 3,800. Last Friday.
What of the white one?
White beans, they say 3,200, 3,000.
Last price. This one is still the same price with this one because
yes, not the same price.
So how much the rice now?
Rice different. I get mango rice, I get wow rice, I get costos, I get otimo.
You feel they show us why we be mango, why we be
mango na I go from for this one. I they say rubber 5,500 last Friday. This African king I they say 4,000.
Okay.
Wow rice.
This one be wow rice.
And the wow rice.
Okay.
I they say 6,000 last Friday.
Like saying that the wild rice 90 pass.
Yes.
So how much did they sell? How much did they carry out for bag?
Bag for wow rice. Wow rice bag now 120. Now in cost pass. Mango rice 80,000. This one 60,000 for African king.
This will be the cheapest rice.
Cheap. Cheap rice na Gerawa. Gerawa na 58,000.
For the bag. 3,000 for the bag. So yes. How much na person they carry all these bag of rice
before? Before they carry 80, 85.
Okay.
Now so they carry them before.
This wow way be want something. How much did they carry them before?
Before 100k. Now I go carry them. Okay. Now because of increaser. Yeah. Wow now good pass for the rice.
Now wow not before foreign rice.
Wow na Nigeria for it.
Yeah.
I'm not because of good pass for it. Now cost pass any rice.
But this wild rice, now they because I not to the year of wild rice before. They just new introduced that thing.
If you eat the wow rice, you know they eat any rice because of for wow rice they sweet the rice.
How did they buy them before for markets like compared to now?
Before now 140. Because of now you don't come down. New one now you don't come out. Now you don't receive money small.
How much they carry for market?
Yes. For market now. For bag or rubber?
For bag. For bag they buy now.
Bag now 120.
120 and before now like 140.
Yes.
So it don't reduce now.
It don't reduce now, yes.
But because of now they complain now or as na still they sell them.
For
the rice and the beans.
facing the.
Like customer now walk up and I see the complain say, this is still there on the outside.
And now only facing the talk and say, this is down conda, down conda. This is down conda now only small, down conda.
Prices don't increase, I don't reduce.
Yeah, they don't reduce more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how is it? How your bag of price they sell the different type?
This one is foreign rice. Now we dey buy 85,000.
Okay.
Nigeria, this one rate we dey buy 70,000. This one mango rice we dey buy 75. We have a wow. We dey buy 105 wow.
Okay. So how much do they sell rubber for this one?
Rubber this one we dey sell at 6,055. We dey selling it.
How much you sell at last?
Last manage we dey sell at 55.
So mango rice, how much do they sell the rubber?
Rubber last manage we dey sell at 43.
4,300
Yeah.
last.
Yes.
Then they sell at 4,000.
No, mango we no dey sell. This one we dey sell at 4,000.
4,000.
Yeah, ready to go.
So how you dey sell beans? Beans too. The price is don't reduce.
Yeah.
Compared to rice.
Before now they don't increase.
Don't increase them.
Yes.
How you dey sell your white beans for rubber?
White beans we dey sell rubber 3 manage we dey sell at 3.2. You know say the beans is different beans.
Yeah. So brown beans come be. How you dey sell?
Brown beans we dey sell at 4,000 for the rubber.
And uloka.
Uloka we dey sell at 4,000. Uloka.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how you dey carry the bags for the beans? The white one, the brown one, and the uloka.
White one we dey carry 120
For bag.
to back full back 120 125. Yeah.
And brown one.
Brown we dey carry 130 135.
So uloka.
Uloka the same price with the brown beans 130 135. Uloka with uloka.
How markets been and how the business of rice be?
They fine now, so the rice
The prices don't go up, I be still they it don't come
it
down.
don't come down well well.
Okay. So how you they sell the different rice? How you take this? How you take the carry for bag?
The bag, okay, the bag from 58 to 65,000 to 70 to from 58 to 95 day.
Okay. How much they carry wow for bag?
Wow for bag, different day. For Mission Road size na 98,000.
Okay.
For this size na 102,000.
So how you take they sell rubber?
Rubber na
Like this rubber now, if you want to sell it, how much?
So you see get different now. This one 4,000 there, for 5 there, 6,000 there.
Okay, for the different type of rice.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So this one, how you take the sell?
This one 6,000, 6,500, 7,000 to 9,000.
This one for wow, now how much?
This one for our 9,000 naira.
Last.
Last price 9,000.
You know if you price and pass that one.
No, 9 be the last.
So this one for wow, last now how much?
6,000 only. For 41, 5,500.
So this one I see the same price. With
And
this
at the same time is down.
So how you take the sell beans?
Beans 3,000 there, 3,2 there, 3,500 there. The local beans now 4,000, 3,500. The brown one now 4,000 last.
For rubber?
Yeah.
So but if you want to sell, they sell beans with this rubber?
Yes, now.
So how much do they sell for this
5,000, 5,000 naira.
one? Brown beans for this one how much?
6,000.
White one?
Local 5,500.
Okay. So how much do they carry the bag of brown beans?
The bag of brown beans 135.
235,000.
135.
How much did they carry before?
Before now 140 something, 150 something.
Okay, so that means it don't come down small.
Yes, it don't come down now.
So white
the
one,
white one ain't come down fast.
how much did they carry now?
Now 110,000.
How much did they carry before?
Before now 135, 140.
That means beans don't really come down.
Yes, now.
Uloka can I see the same thing?
Uloka na see the same for white one.
The same thing with white one.
With white one, man.
Okay. This you know say Uloka get two different types.
Yes, now new one 35, old one 4,000. Now I tell you before now.
Okay. For the so how much did they sell cup?
Cup for Uloka,
rice?
okay, for rice 400, 350, 450, 500.
So depending on the rice. So which one be the highest?
The highest now wow rice now be the 500.
500 for one
Yes,
cup.
for
So
the-
the lowest now
The lowest now 350.
for one cup.
Yeah.
What about beans for cup?
Beans 300, 350.
300, 350, not past that two price.
Yeah.
This bag of rice is 8,500 naira. Well, we also have different type of rice. We have the one we sell for 72,000, 60,000, 65,000. The way your money go take reach, we go give you. Still get the half bag we dey sell for 32,000. Get the one we sell for 16,000. Anyhow your money reach, you see they sell rubber 4,000, 4,500. Anyhow your money reach, we go sell them for you.
So which one be the cheapest rice?
Cheapest rice now that have 60,000.
What's the name of the rice?
African King.
So the bag na 60,000.
Yes.
So how much do they sell am for rubber?
Rubber na 4,000 they sell am.
So that means half bag when sell come be like 30,000 naira.
Yes.
So the prices of rice now, the one that they carry am compared to how it be before, it don't increase.
No, it don't come down. Rice don't come down recently. Yes.
Not there the way it felt there before.
It don't come down.
So how much na expected they carry? If you know like how much expected they carry bag of rice compared to the one that they carry now.
Yeah, everything does see come down small. Yes. That for my first 60 something, but it does see come down. We get this thing ready, but I don't get that one now. I know 72,000 before, but I don't say now it does see come down. Yes. Mango before now 80 something thousand, 170,000 before. Oh, but it does see come down to 72,000 for mango rice. Yes.
What about wow?
Wow. No, I don't get wow now.
But you know how much they sell am?
No, but I know say it could also come down because rice don't recently come down.
Okay. So how much na they sell cup of rice?
Cup na 400 naira.
That one at the lowest amount.
Yes, why they say.
How the rice market be now? Prices don't go up, I be still there. It don't come down.
I desire I get where you don't come down, I get where you don't go up.
Okay.
Yes, I get the new one where you don't come down. 50 something, I get down 60 something.
So how much they sell bag, like the different bags? How you say they sell them?
Different bag, I get 60,000, I get 65, I get 80.
Okay, so the highest amount now, which rice they sell? Wait, be say dear pass or the rest for bag?
Where dear pass? That one wow rice. Now they reach 100,000.
Okay.
Yes, I get mango now 80,000. I get Optimo 60,000. I get African King 58.
Okay.
I get the Mama Africa. That one 55.
55 for bag.
Yes.
So if they sell rubber, how you say they sell rubber for rice?
Rubber, I get 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. That one will not be 6,000.
Okay.
I get local on 3,500.
Okay.
Yes.
So beans now, because you say prices of rice now it varies, and it be like say it never to increase like that as that they sell them. So how about beans? Beans don't increase.
Beans increase though. Beans now before they say 3,000, now 3,500.
For rubber?
Yes, white one, brown one 4,000. I get local small and down 4,000.
Okay.
Yes.
So how much I say they carry bag before, and how much I say they carry bag now? For beans.
Before they carry for 150, now 110, 120.
So wait, when I they carry for 150 before, but now they carry for 110.
120.
120.
Rice no increase, no, they no increase. I dey say rice rubber 4,200, 4,000. I dey say rice rubber 3,000. So I dey say pull back for rice 65,000, 63,000.
But it depends on the kind of rice now.
Different rice. So not so say rice they different.
Yeah.
So big rice, potty rice, now I dey say like 80,000.
Okay.
One rubber they sell like 5,000, 5,500. Yeah. So that kind mango rice I dey sell am 4,500, I dey sell am 4,300. So all that kind African King Optima I dey sell am 3,700, 3,500, 4,000.
So bag of local rice now how much?
For local rice I dey sell am 1,010. 1,010.
How much for local rice the bag?
Full bag 1,010. 110.
110. Why company say foreign rice cost cheap as local rice?
Me say I don't know na so the things.
So how beans? How you dey say rubber of beans?
No say beans are the sell rubber 3 to 3,000. You local beans are the sell at 3,500, 4,000. Brown beans 4,000. That mean normal price.
Okay, so but the prices of beans don't reduce. I be still there on the other side.
You see the na any beans na you see they reduce. No be discount odd beans. This one na odd one. Beans where you go see cheap. You never come na any beans. You no see there again. You never see come out.
From the bustling lane of Oluku Market, the story remains the same. The markets never sleep, and food prices continue to tell the story of our economy. Whether it's rice or beans, every grain counts in daily struggle of household to make ends meet. This has been Market Survey, bringing you insight from the heart of Benin City's market.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and today we get to know the various prices of rice and beans, and also we got to understand that there are different types of rice. We have the likes of wow rice, we have mango rice, and we have local rice. I will also get to understand that we have beans, we have white beans, we have Uloka beans, and we have brown beans, and they are all sold for different prices. So also with the rice, we have rice from 8 kg, we have for 7 kg, we have for 12 kg, and also 25 kg, and they are sold for different prices. And we also got to understand that the prices compared to how it was sold before, they've reduced in terms of the bag of rice and also the terms of bag of beans. So we got to understand that due to the various types of rice, like wow is more expensive in the market because of its uniqueness, and also that of mango rice, it's different from how others are being sold. And also for the beans, we also got to understand that the brown beans is more expensive compared to the white beans. And that's all on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country.
Of national development. No investment can thrive when there's no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. the killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I do know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now into Tinubu administration. That's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily, from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative toll on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point, because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What I'm about to say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are real cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow, instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road. They will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those school, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children will use supposed to write in school. Then we remove those one away from the shed. Then we fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those windows they are be fixed. Those doors are be fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investments, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these headsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Insecurity in Nigeria ranges between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer herders herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that these have been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that, especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation. Of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely, because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy, and of course, in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, we see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have a stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere insecurity. The city where we are, those insecurity, Fulani expert everywhere, Nitiala and all those terrorist group and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. And to a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? And we say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
The security of life and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our Constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it begins to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. Because in my own honest view, I think that whatever challenge we have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet probably because of some of their interests or, you know, inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if you are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objective. There are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been named and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done. Despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity, it ends up in private courts. And the kind of when you fight a war that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
Now we blame first the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. I have farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place is a bit fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, it's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through insecurity, like you rightly said. But then as a president of a country which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in an issue, then it will be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Certainly the best. Certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your weekly guide to the pulse of trade and daily living across Nigeria. In recent time, the rising cost of food items has continued to place pressure on many households. Today, we focus on one essential ingredient found in the kitchens across the country, egusi, also known as melon seed. Whether it is used for soup, sauce, or local delicacy, egusi remains a favorite meal in many homes. On this edition of Market Survey, we'll find out the current prices of egusi, what is driving the change, and how traders are adjusting to the new realities.
How the price of egusi now? But first, in general, it don't come down, maybe it don't go up.
It don't come down, but no market.
Okay. So how much na they sell now? How the cups of egusi? How much they sell for cup?
This cup of 500 before. Now na 350.
Okay.
700 before, come before 50. Yes.
So na different type. Yes. This one na which one?
Na Hausa melon be this. This na hand pea.
Okay. Okay. So now this one na how much before? How much now?
Before na 700 the cup. Now it don't be 450, 500.
Okay, what about this one? This measurement, Obioro.
This one, we dey buy am before 15,000. Now it don't come be 7,000.
So which one? The okay. What about the Hausa one?
The Hausa one. Now they say na 4,000 before na 6,000.
Okay, they say tomatoes cup for this melon.
Many people no dey gree buy tomatoes, e no reach anything. Milk up now they take sell pass.
So mama, how na say they buy the melon? Na they buy am for bag abi basket? How na say they buy am?
No, na paint rubber. That is custard rubber. We dey buy am before 9,000. Now it can't be 6,000.
Custard rubber.
The custard rubber.
So, but you know, say you talk and say na different type of egusi. So,
them.
So the one where you dey buy before. So just tell us which one. Whether na the ando, abi na the Hausa one.
I dey buy the two now.
For the custard rubber.
The custard rubber for here. For Hausa one, now I tell you 6,000 now. Okay. This one hand own. Before we dey buy am 11,000. Now it don't be 8,500. Yes.
So ma, this egusi na get season wey they come down where we say suppose come down. Get the kind season wey they come down.
Yes, so now this season now. Now this season they don't dey wash melon for farm. Now it go come down. After Christmas again go increase. Benin own 7,000. Now it don't be 4,000.
For which rubber? Which depends rubber?
Custard rubber. And so custard rubber, but I not price the bag. I not price the bag. Na custard rubber they take buy.
And I let Benin they see for down where they never peel.
Hausa na they peel and come by themselves for their own.
This one engine they peel am.
This one na engine they peel am. This one na hand they.
Egusi be now for market.
Egusi see the way they never see change.
How much na say how na say they carry an a bag, na pants, how na say they carry am for market?
Now it depend on the thing. Who they carry, who they measure for the thing they buy. So it depend on the how your money reach. So you can fit carry one bag, you can fit carry quarter of bag. So
how much for those bags you want carry?
If in case you want carry bag is 200. So. As you take up now you see taste to see your own gain and the profit. So that's what it is.
So how much now they measure now for cup?
Cup is 500, 600. Exactly. This one. NGO na 500. Hand pay na 600.
The hand pay na the one they use and take pay.
Yes.
So that the two they different for
different
price.
Yes.
So now that this cup now they measure.
Yes, not this. This one. This one if na engine, this one na 4,000. Hand do na how much? 5,000. For this one. This one na rubber. So hand do 9,000. Engine 7,000.
That's price.
Yes.
So there's nothing price past that one.
No. If we two price, we fit give am 6,500. Do it because our customer, so na just personal customer. We give am 6,500 lowest price.
So this cup might be the smallest cup on the sale?
Yes, might be. No, see the second one. This one na 250 for NGO. Handle 300.
Wow. So you talk and say handle the NGO day. That means the one where they use and say P. So what about the one where they never P? So now they say that one?
No, not they say that one. If in case you want to say that one, if that one too much, that one they're not the measure for cup. Every time too much, either 300 or 400.
What is it they measure as? They measure for?
Exactly like this. And this one, this one. Now so they say the seller.
So now you just say the price now still the way it
You see the way it
Since
is.
when this price still be like this?
Now since last year now. Since last year, now you see the never second, no, you never second that.
But they say egusi they get season wey be say they cheap.
The season so the last time so the other inside last month now. Some sell this melon for 9,000 now. Some sell 7,000 so. So this period now, I know she say new melon go soon come out so.
So new melon come out now go.
Maybe if a new melon come out now, go see come down small.
How the business of egusi for market?
If you buy bag now, before was 180, 200, but now it's now 240, 245, depends, 250.
Yes.
Now.
So what about if they measure for paint? How na they buy am for market?
Well, like now they sell paint 5,000. I don't know how much others say they sell their own. It can be 5,500, it can be 4,500, it can be 5,000.
So apart from paint, other ones where they measure, how you take they measure am?
Like we could be a one now.
PCD could be a whole
2,500, some sell it 3,000, some sell it 2,800, depends on the person.
And I still understand say it depends on the type of egusi.
One are ant, one is aging. The handle you can get it 3,500, but this aging now is 2,500. So sell it 2,800, depends of the person.
So not only that two type of egusi na dey.
Yes.
Okay. So apart from this one, how much did they measure for this rubber?
Like this one is 5,000. So sell it 5,500.
5,000. Which one, the hand or
The aging.
Okay.
The hand you can get it 7,500, 7,000. Depends of the person. Yes.
So what about cup? How do they measure for cup?
This cup is 400. This one is 400.
Hand or
the hand though is 600. Why the aging is 400?
why the hand though there pass the engine?
Because it's human being that used to break it. Human being will take time and break it. And the aging, maybe a back can be broken in a minute.
But okay, as now you might be now they break down with hand. Which one if you say they better part? The one where they break with hand or the one that they break with engine?
The one they break with aging, it dey like the hand though, it dey thick than the aging own. If you cook the hand though, it will thick. We have seeds inside. The aging own will be so light. It's not, there's no difference in it. That's yeah.
Well, na the same melon, just be say one.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
The melon sometimes e go come down, sometimes e go there. So we not gonna know the one we dey for inside. Even the outside when we still dey follow dey buy, some they go say e cheap, some go say e there. If you go New Benin, if you reach there, you see cheap one buy, but for here, e no dey like come down.
So how much na person dey buy am before and after they buy am now?
Before we dey buy am 7,000.
For which one?
For rubber.
Rubber of which one? Because I hear
Rubber of rice.
Okay.
Rubber of rice 7,000 before. But now we come dey buy am 6,000 for here for Selu market here. But if you go New Benin, you buy am 5,500. But if you reach here, they will say it never drop. Now 6,000 we dey buy am for here. But if you go New Benin, you buy am 5,500.
So now, you say they say na two type of melon dey. Why they say the ando and the NGO?
Now the NGO na be 6,500.
Okay.
While the hand though you see am buy 8,000 or 7,000.
Okay. So how much you go take dey measure am for cup?
We dey sell 450. We dey sell 400.
Okay. Which one be 450?
The one of engine we fit sell 400. We fit sell 450.
Yeah.
While hand though 600, 500.
So what if you say be the difference between this engine and the hand though?
Na the hand though na e dey sweet pass and na e still white pass.
Okay.
So this NGO some dey carry sand. If you wan cook am, you fit blow am, you select am. Na be the difference when e dey inside.
Okay. So apart from this cup, which other cup you dey measure egusi?
Na kobi owo. That is half of rice rubber.
Yeah, how much?
That one 3,000 for the half of rubber.
For which one, the hand or the engine?
For the engine. Why for the hand though 4,000?
So now you say the price is now never too come down like that.
It never too come down because it go come down, it go still go up. It dey wave.
Well, suppose get season where we say egusi go take the come down, where we say it go cheap for market.
Now when you need come outside, when the plant come outside, melon go still come outside, go still drop small.
So like this, I will never reach that season.
No, it never reach.
That's why it's still on the outside.
Yes.
So between how much they buy and before and after they buy, now like how much difference? If you talk like how much difference we do now, they
like 1,000 different now. Before now 7,000, now 6,000.
Okay. So if you get the time that they buy and pass like for a lower price.
Before that time, don't say not be now again. That time we dey buy 2,000, 3,000 for rubber. 1,800.
And now they go up. Jonathan regime, we were selling it 50 naira. Hand melon was 80 naira. Engine melon was 50 naira. But now we are buying a cup of hand melon 700 naira. Engine melon 500 naira in the market. So you people should go and talk about it. It's not only melon, even pepper.
They carry for bag.
Look at the bag over there. Now, do you see it?
Yes.
That bag of melon now, I'm buying it 360,000 naira. In a bag. Jonathan regime, I was buying it 32,000 naira at bag. That was there. So when we are in Buhari regime, and I start buying it 220,000 naira in a bag, we now started complaining. But now we're in Jagaba regime. We are buying it 360,000. Do you see the bag? That is the bag over there. I'm buying it in the market now 360,000 naira.
Well, they said that the period of melon now they say supposed to come down.
That is the thing. Now we are saying come down. We buy it 400 and something thousand. We bought this particular bag 420, 430. But now we are in the period of melon. Now we are buying it 360. Look at the bag over there. Look at it. This is the melon bag. I'm buying it 360 in the market right now. If I transport it. You see it? In Jonathan regime, I was buying it at 2,000 naira. Jagaban regime, I bought it. Highest price is 120. Now I'm buying it 360 in the market. Yes, look at it now. Look at the evidence. I'm showing you the bag now. 360,000 naira I bought it.
Egusi call down small. I dey sell 450. I dey sell 400. I dey sell 450. I dey sell 400.
How much they carry it for market? Now bag they carry, be they measure?
No, na measure. I dey measure. Because I don't get money for bag. I dey measure.
So that measurement, how much did they carry?
That measurement, I dey carry am. The time wey be say I never know as it dey sell, I dey carry am 3,500. But now na 3,000.
Okay. So how you say they can't measure am? Because now two type, handle and engine.
Hand you na dey front. There is the one wey dey back na engine. That hand you 650. The engine I dey sell 450, 400.
For cup?
Yes.
Which other thing you say they measure and which other side you say they measure?
Nah, just only this meat cup.
Now you say they measure for the...
Yes.
So what if you say be the difference between that engine and the hand?
Different day because that engine, that hand jare, they cook am, they say they sweet pass engine. Now make am.
So now that one be the difference. Now make am dear pass this other one because it's...
Yes, now how did they take break now? No be engine. Price the way they break come for me now, na engine. If you no break for me, I no go buy because that one wey be say they sell. Yes. They miss am. Okay. For market they miss am. But if that woman no break for me, I no dey buy.
They miss am with which one?
They go mix the two together. They go say na hand. But only hand you own. If that woman come, he break for me, I go buy. But if he finish, I no go buy again because they miss am.
So how you got to know say they miss am?
If I touch am, different day. Because if he touch hand you, e go shook your hand. But edgy, if they miss am, you put am for hand, e no go do anything, you just dey like that.
You no go chook your hand.
E no go shook. Yes, yes.
But that way they miss now. Of course, they sell and the way they say hand price.
Yes, na so. So that they go see their own for inside. As I buy, na I go sell. But I know they miss am.
But they say now the season of egusi now with this.
Yes, now.
So why the price is still be like this? Suppose come down past this one.
As they sell for here now. No, say here now with Nibini, no be the same.
Like what will be the difference?
Nibini now they fit sell 2.8, but here 3,000. That be the difference.
But that means but it be like what we say some person they go buy for New Benin. If you go buy for New Benin, sell for here. How you go taste that one you buy for
that one they get the power to take go that side now. Person wey not get power go say dey here go dey. If na 109 dey inside, to me I'm okay. But some people they find big money for inside. As it talk, if na small money na dey inside for me, I'm okay. Na so it be.
As we've seen, egusi remains a staple in many Nigerian households, but its rising costs continue to shape the choices of both traders and consumers. From supply challenges to increased transport expenses, several factors are influencing today's prices. Yet, despite these difficulties, families continue to adapt and traders work hard to keep their business going. The hope is that prices become more stable in the weeks ahead, easing the pressure on every home.
To the end of today's edition of Market Survey, and we've got to understand that the prices of egusi generally have increased compared to the fact that we are currently in the season. It is still on the high side. I've also got to understand that we have two types of egusi. We have hand egusi and we have machine egusi. I also get to understand that the one for hand is way expensive compared to the one of machine. And that is it on today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
Good afternoon. It is another wonderful time to have you on the program 60 Minutes Nigeria. My name is Ego Sagbonlao. It promises to be a time that will allow you to be a part of this program to dissect another national issue. It is very disturbing, the recent attack in Kebbi State, where 25 schoolgirls were abducted, principal shot, vice principal shot dead. There was also another attack in Kwara State. A church was attacked in Kwara State, the Apostolic Church. And it was a very bizarre situation because it was a live streaming, there was a live streaming going on, and when gunmen were masked, attacked the church, and people were just scrambling and running. And a lot of problems, you won't believe it, even politicians. The recent crisis in PDP has even led to the new chairman of PDP, one of the factions of PDP, to openly call on President Trump to intervene. President Trump, from what we gathered before now, had said that there's genocide against Christians. And the federal government said, no, there's nothing like that. There was mixed reactions. Some people said, no, there's nothing like that. No genocide. The attack is not targeted. Christians are attacked. Members of other faiths are attacked. But with the recent kidnap in Kebbi, the recent attack in Kwara, creates a very disturbing situation in Nigeria. So that's the reason, the essence of this topic. We are looking at the disturbing insecurity, the disturbing trend of disturbing threat to the security in Nigeria in all states. We would highlight some states, even in Edo State, we'll talk about it. Just yesterday, on Wednesday precisely, we had a report where our crime correspondent brought a report where the Edo State Police Commander assured Edo State residents of adequate security of lives and property against the backdrop of the recent increase in cases of kidnapping and crime. So it's disturbing and it must be tackled. I have very, very distinguished personalities who have made their mark in the society. They've joined me today. I have the director of Ecumenism and Interfaith of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter, Sir Best Iriabe. Nice to have you on the program.
Thank you very much for having me once again.
Okay. We also have a leader of congregations, a man that has impacted society positively. He is leading men and women. I'm talking about a renowned clergyman, Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Nice to have you on the program.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. So, yes, I'm going to start with the very first direct question, and that will go to Sir Best Iriabe. Is there genocide against Christians in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Egosa, for having me.
Yeah.
10 years ago, 12 years, 15 years ago, we were on this program, constantly coming on this program to talk about the level of insecurity in our country. We used several terms.
Yes.
We said it was alarming.
Okay.
At a point, we said it was worrisome.
Yes.
And then we say it was so disturbing.
Yes.
But all that are gone. It's genocidal. It has assumed a genocidal status. That's the truth of the matter. Oh, yes. Because, I mean, you need to call is the real name. That is the name. It has assumed a genocidal status because Christians, particularly, over time, have been targeted. Now, the Chibok girls, you remember, the Chibok community is a Christian community in the far north of Borno. Now, when we talk about Boko Haram, that book, they don't want Western education. And Western education is predicated on Christianity. So if you say you don't need Western education, you don't want Christianity, you want to wipe out Christianity from the face of the earth. And that is the agenda of Islam. That's the agenda of Islamists. You remember the word I'm using Islamists. I'm not saying Muslims. They are very good Muslims, wonderful people. But these sort of people, these extremists who now kill in the name of God or Allah. You know, Allah Akbar means God is the greatest. You are killing somebody, you are destroying somebody, you are beheading people that the same Allah or God has created, and you say he's the greatest. You know, it's a misnomer. You cannot just put it together. So it has assumed a genocidal dimension. And I want to thank America, Donald Trump, who called it the real name. That's the name, just now. I mean, when people continue to deny it, you know, that's political. We could have been able to wipe it out, but there have been no political will. Imagine Secretary to government only yesterday called a press conference and still denying it. Even when it was less than 12 hours of that press conference, they went to Christ Apostolic Church in Eruku, in Kwara State, to chase away everybody, kill 3 persons, and carried away about 35 worshippers. What do you call that? Why there's no time to, we can no longer hide it. We are people of truth. Even, I want to thank God for Muslims, real Muslims, who have said, yes, this is true. You cannot hide it anymore. Now, the reason why, just to preempt you, Rosa, they say, but they are also killing Muslims. Of course, yes. The Muslims they are killing are good human beings who have refused to join them. And once you refuse to join this set of people, you are described as a kafiri, you are described as a non-entity, people to be exorcised and dealt with. So those set of Muslims do not believe in genocide. They are the people that they are slaughtering. Have you ever seen any Christian militia? Has it ever been recorded in the history of Nigeria that a set of people who are Christians who are saying, praise the Lord, and start killing people? No. So it's a genocide.
We'll come back to you,
Yes.
Sir Best Iriabe. We must quickly admit that the comments of my guests on this program are their personal comments, their personal opinion.
Yes.
Does not reflect the stance of independent television and radio. Bishop Lucky Amanabese,
yes, sir.
Let's look generally now. The insecurity. We've heard of cases of the Chibok girls some years ago, and that was under the regime of President Jonathan. Some of you remember when the wife of the president, the first lady at that time, Patience Jonathan, said, there is God, oh.
Yeah.
That statement became a national statement because of the kidnap of Chibok girls. So now it's Kebbi. So what is your take on this?
You see, thank you, Mr. Osa. You see, the problem we have is our leader. You see, the people that are, you cannot come to my house and you are a stranger and you know everything about me. It's not possible. There must be an insider, give you an information to somebody who is dealing with it. The people that are committing this problem, the Boko Haram or the band, whatever they call them, they are people in the high place in government who are aiding and abetting them. You can't tell me that a general was killed a few days ago, an army general, it's not possible. But because there are so many loopholes by the people who are in authority, so my people eating from this business. It's not a business. It's not a serious business. Therefore, there is no way you can tackle this insecurity in Nigeria, because some are making it to war, some making it to worst. Those that are eating from it are worsening it. Those that are trying to make it work are not able to make it work. That is the problem we have in this country. Until there's a drastic action taken by the federal government or the state government or local government, even the only in the street, that's the only way this thing can stop. That if you see a stranger who don't know, you don't understand this movement, get him arrested. Hold it down, ask him questions. About a few months ago, a certain general of army general said, if you meet these people on the way and try to harass you, then you kill them. Before we know, the guy was removed. Then, who is doing us? Who is fighting us? It is very clear that the Christian where I belong to, that we have preached the gospel of peace and forgiveness so deeply that even when we are seeing death face to what? Face, we are looking for God to come and help us. And God will never come down from heaven. He will use man to help man. Therefore, Donald Trump is not even the solution to our problem. We can fix our problem by ourselves if we wake up today and say no to this nonsense. But as far as we keep on romancing it, I am telling you, one day we'll wake up one day and find that our houses have been sold, surrounded by these people, and we can't do anything because the government The politician, everybody involved are just romancing it, and it's time for action so that we will not wake up one day and say that our resources, our investment disappear to the end. God bless you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you. But Sir Best Irabe, this is really disturbing.
Yes.
Do you think government is doing enough?
No.
In terms of tackling this insecurity? Because we must, reacting after an incident has happened is not always the best.
Yes.
Taking precautionary or putting precautionary measures in place is the best.
Exactly.
So do you think the federal government is doing enough?
Over time, one would like to say the truth. The government, to use his own term, romanticizing the whole scenario. The action of government over time has not had any biting effect. There's no political will to solve. I've listened to retired generals who come on air. Even there was one yesterday on a sister station who was saying that, look, who is Boko Haram? They can be obliterated if there's a political will. But there's no political will. There was a time President Jonathan, you mentioned, raised an alarm that there are Boko Haram people in his own government. It had a banner, a headline in all newspapers in Nigeria that there are Boko Haram officials in his own government. And nobody looked at it, nobody talked about it. So there have been no political will. What we have had over time is that government mouthpiece, after it has happened, they have never been proactive. After it has happened, this wordsmith, whether they are the Minister of Information or they are presidential spokespersons, they are very good at crafting a condolence message and condemn the action. And they will now use the word, government is on top of the situation. They have never been on top of any situation. That's the truth of the matter. So, the problem we have had is that if you do not want to, because Donald Trump, like I said just now, believe in our common humanity. We are human beings. We're not talking about Nigeria now, America or China. People who believe in our common humanity, they are not happy seeing people slaughtered on a daily basis. And the government of such state will say, we are on top of the situation. Oh, tomorrow we are going to chase everybody out and all that. We have not been having that government ability to say, let's go and do this. What politicians are doing, they are focusing on themselves, how to win the next election. That's exactly what they are doing. They move. You can see now what we have gotten now has assumed a pandemic situation, where even politicians are now even crying aloud. You saw the man you quoted just now, Turaki, telling the whole world, come, it's not only the fact that they are killing Christians, but now that democracy democracy is going to be wiped out in our country, Nigeria. Look at the politicians, the dramatic personae in the political arena. What are they doing? They are busy sewing clothes, sewing cap and everything and all that. Everybody want to be a one party. They're reducing Nigeria to be a one party state. That will not help the place. Instead of them focusing on the real issue, they are focused. It's a macabre dance of the absurd. What we are seeing is a macabre dance of the absurd. The dance of absurdity. Where people are being killed every day, you are sewing clothes, you are interested in wearing cap, and thinking of how you are going to win the next election. What an absurd society. What is a society that is completely insensitive of what is happening to their own fellow man. We weep for this country. I weep for this country. I weep for this country. Okay. Oh, yes.
Thank you very much. Bishop Lucky, now we know the problem is there. It's glaring, So what do you think government should do to really tackle this problem? Because Sir Best Irabe has just said to him, government is not doing enough. So which areas do you think government need to really quick fix?
The government to give a marching order.
Okay. Have they not done that?
No.
Okay.
See, it's not about talking it. It's not just saying it. Okay. There should be action.
Okay.
Because result come by action, not by saying it. You can't say anything and it will just remain there. But back with the action, you walk. Even in your own heart, if you just say certain thing and laugh by it, your wife will not obey you. But there's some action you put in place that they say, no, if that is corner, there's a problem. Then the government will start putting some action in place. Remove politics. We're not after APC, PDP, whatever. We are after a particular problem. Human beings are dying every day. Look at situation now. The pastors were killed. Christians were adopted inside church service. Look at those people now, children in school, they are being adopted for no reason. Now, if government start taking action, that this is a bill, this is a law, whosoever do this is going like this, and this eye looks like, okay, like recently in our street, I call my dear, I said, we cannot wait for government. People don't know you. I'm going to mark up our security guard. Make sure that any strange movement, we don't understand, get the person. Whether you have Benin, Isoko, Hausa, we don't care. We don't understand you, will get you arrested. By we, when you handle you to police, they will not allow us to be taken away from society. The street is calm. Don't machine that run our street in the night, those days in your here. You don't see machine in the night because we are ready for business. If government can begin to take that action, I am telling you, you will now understand that some people will call Benin, a door like us, yes, as even part of this business. Because you can't come from Zamfara to my state and know all the local economy. So what is giving you information? But because there's no action, one guy just left our street yesterday. Because we mark everywhere. They said the guy want to park. Hey, you go. We don't need you. You go. You leave the street. Let us have peace. We need peace. Because that thing is that have been put in place. You will now understand that some people that are speaking Benin with us, who are speaking Isham with us, who are speaking Auchi, yes, that they are even part of the sponsor and the informant that these guys are using to deal with us and attack us in our own state. Well, because those things are not put in place, where we don't know who is we are working with. You don't know the next person. But by the time this thing put in place, you now understand that some people, even you think that they are normal, they are the one eating from the system. One phone call, they get alert. One phone call, they get alert. As far as the alert is coming, they will not stop.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you. I hope you are enjoying this program. We are looking at this very disturbing trend of insecurity. It's affecting us. We'll look at the economic effect. We'll look at how it's affecting humanity. We'll just take a holistic look at this very disturbing problem. But that will be after this break. Okay, it is 60 minutes Nigeria. I hope you are enjoying the program. My name is Ego Sagbonlao, your anchor. I also have with me the director of Ecumenism and Interfaith of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Edo State Chapter, Sir Besti Rabe. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
We also have with us a very respected clergyman and a leader of congregations, Bishop Lucky Omonabiese. Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir.
For your time. I need to also let them know that Bishop Lucky Omonabiese is also a farmer. He has always encouraged farming.
Yes,
okay, okay, Sir Besti Rabe,
yes,
now
yes,
we've agreed that government need to do more than what it's doing now.
Yes, yes.
President Tinubu refused to travel for an international conference or meeting because of the security situation, the abduction of 25 students in Kebbi State and the killings in Kwara. Do you think this is the right step in the right direction by President Tinubu?
Well, he has done well by staying back, because there's a local parable that if your home is not well with it, if it's not well with your home, you can't go to the farm and begin to shout and begin to run up and down.
Yeah.
There's fire on the mountain. So if he had gone to that place, that would have labeled him, because already they are saying, people have been saying that he's not sensitive to the issue. That would have increased that kind of perception. Now he did well, but let us move beyond rhetorics. Let us give our people a timeline. Between now and the next 6 months, wipe out Boko Haram. When you do that, you encourage the morale of the military need to be boosted. You need to encourage them, very young men in their 16, 17, 18, 20, 19, young people. You need to boost their morale. You need to encourage them. You need to give them the right weapon to face it. My brother was talking about Ode. When we were doing Ode those days, it's not sticks they were holding. They were having any attacker.
What's the meaning of Ode?
Ode,
You need
that
to
is,
explain.
Ode means people in a particular community keeping watch at night over any possible intruder.
Okay.
But today, it's not that kind of Ode. The intruders that have been brought in from Niger, Chad, because of politics, are resident here with AK-47 in the jungle. So are you going to face those people with ordinary sticks? There's nothing you are going to do. No matter what you are going to do, you can't face those people with ordinary sticks. We must call a spade a spade. That was the beginning. No rebuttal account. It's in the public domain. How these people came to Nigeria from different parts, from our neighboring countries. And these people didn't go back. They are now here. They were weaponized. They had the sophisticated weapons. They invaded our forest, and they are there. Who is going to go to meet them in the forest with ordinary sticks or a Dane gun, that long Dane gun? As you see people carrying Dane gun, as I was coming just now, I see some boys vigilante with Dane gun. That is a huge joke. Now, first of all, let the government, let everybody in Nigeria say, look, there's a problem. Let government not begin to defend the indefensible. If you kill Muslims, are they not Nigerians? Are they not human beings like us? If you kill Christians, are they not human beings? If you killed practitioners of African traditional religion, are they not human beings? Do they need to be killed? Let everybody agree that there's a genocide. And let us see what can be done to wipe them out. If we are not able, why can't we look for assistance? When Trump never said he was going to invade Nigeria, he said if we cannot longer, he said because they have been, he accused Nigeria of being lethargic, the Nigerian government of being lethargic in confronting the situation. And therefore, if you are so lethargic, let us come and help you to stamp it out. That's what he's saying. He's not coming to invade Nigeria and then Nigeria become part of a state in America. No, that's not what he's doing. Let us ask people for help. Agosa, do you know what we are suffering in Nigeria? We are suffering a debt of practical knowledge. Practical knowledge. That's why we cannot make anything. Now, you are running on gen now or solar or what have you. We cannot fix the electricity in Nigeria. Why can't we go and ask people to come and help us? It's a shame. We can't. There's no water. There are no roads in Nigeria. Let's go and ask people how they are doing it in other places. We go to other climes to see what's going on there. I was coming just now. I stood the red light stopped me around Siloko. The man behind me was blaring. I said, look, we have to maintain the red light. He pulled out and shouted on me, are you the one who go to change Nigeria? and sped off. But if such a person is in Europe or America, he will obey. So everything is near collapse, total collapse. What we are seeing now is how to win a next election. Nigeria is now gravitating towards a one-party state. They are not thinking of what we are talking about now. They are not even listening to us. How they are going to retain their seat, how they are going to perpetrate themselves in power is what they are talking about. That's what we are suffering in Nigeria. Nigeria has money. God has blessed Nigeria. We have everything in Nigeria. Come to think of it, Ewosa, you plant, if in this studio now, if you were able to dig it and remove the tiles and everything and get to the soil and plant plantain or cassava or whatever, in the next 6 or 7 months, you come and repeat. This is Nigeria for you. You understand what I'm saying? A young man told me in Israel once, when I told him, when I saw, I went to banana plantation, the labor they engage in trying to plant banana or plantain, they will build a house for it, cellophane house, they will be all kinds of labor. I was looking and say, my friend, come to my place. I don't need to labor the way you are laboring now. I need to just put it in my back house, and I go away. He said, and then in some time, a few months time, I come and reap. He said, is there a nation like this? I said, yes, that's called Nigeria. But we are not harnessing it. We are not using it. We are a country of money mongers, people who love money. These are the people we have in Nigeria. Lovers of money can never make it. People in Nigeria want to grab. They want to take everything. Me, myself, and my generation. They have all the money and all that. That's what their mind is fixed on that. To have all the money under their bed and be spending so that they themselves, their generations to come, will not suffer. Those are the kind of people we have in Nigeria. A people who are morally and financially profligate. Even morally profligate. These are the people we have in Nigeria.
Okay,
so if we sit down to say, look, this problem, we have identified it, let's solve it. It can be solved.
Thank you very much, Sir Besiri Abe. Before we get the comments of Bishop Lucky Omonabia, we'll take a brief break now. And I must tell you that this disturbing trend, we need to dissect it. We need to evolve solution. Because I believe that government agencies can actually heed advice of my guests. And you never can tell. Could be useful. But that will be after this break.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Like to have you on the program. It's always a delight because you spending your 60 minutes with us on the program makes us very happy. And we are looking at a very disturbing trend of the security situation in Nigeria. My guests have emotionally made their comments, and I think that government need to do more. But members of the public can also call in and make their contributions. Like we always say on this program, do not use any derogatory language, do not insult anybody, but just make your comments for us to have a good Nigeria. The security situation is really disturbing. How can we tackle it? That's the essence of this program. We are not castigating anyone. We are not speaking against anyone. All we need is a better society for everyone. You need to understand our position. We are not against any religion. We are not against any sect. We are not against anybody. We are just talking about the situation in Nigeria. Nigeria needs to be a good country where people can sleep with their two eyes closed, where people can move at night without being afraid, where people can travel without being afraid. Not everybody can pay for flight tickets. So you need to still travel on the road. We need adequate security. So that's the program. You can call in. The phone number will be displayed. We'll allow you make your comment while my guests continue to provide solution and dissect the topic. Bishop Lucky, now we've talked about, yes, government needs to do more. Some persons have always said, okay, there's need for community policing, there's need for state police, there's need for state police, there's need for vigilantes. Do you really think the manpower of the Nigerian police need to be increased through the issue of state police and community policing? Yes. Okay.
They have to have state police and community policing with the vigilante, because the vigilante are people that are living in the community who know the area better than any other person. And when those one are involved, plus state police, for federal police, with all these people come together with the agreement of the force, you will see that even if they cannot overcome the crime 100%, only 80% will be done.
Okay, thank you, Bishop. We'll come to you. Good afternoon, the very first caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Alaji Ahmad.
Okay. Calling from where?
I'm calling from Benin.
Okay. Okay, make your point.
I want to commend our speaker in the studio. They have been doing justice to this topic.
Okay.
To one of us.
Thank you.
The issue we are deliberating is a very simple matter. To me, all we are just saying that corruption is the one leading us on this corruption. As I speak to you now, the IG of police of this country, I think I'm supposed to retire. This is the first time we are seeing the IG who is going to spend more than 35, who have spent more than retiring age, being appointed by the president to continue living that as illegal IG. So we don't, and they keep on telling us press release. With Nigeria, we don't need press release. We need action. So we do this in action. Let us, okay, they say Christian or genocide. Christian are dying, Muslims are dying. Are people supposed to be dying in this country? To be blessed to be trans? Are people supposed to be dying? We cannot move around again. Most of us used to now, we are just afraid of this being in Nigeria. I don't know why. When we were growing up, this was not like this in the country. Please, we are begging there. We are begging there. And I speak to you now, the current government now, there's only like 2026 in their calendar. If the way they are showing concern on the presidential election 2027, they are also showing concern about this security issue. I think that this time we will be moving freely. So we don't pray God to save every one of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I can see the way you are feeling. I told you so many Nigerians are not happy. Like I said, you can also contribute, make your comments so that we can have a good country. Because the future of this country is what matters. Not everybody can japa. Not everybody are even encouraged to japa. If you japa, you leave your country. Who will develop your country? You and I will develop Nigeria. We must stay here. Okay, let's get another caller. Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Gabriel from Saple Road.
Okay.
The question, I thank you so much for handling this program. The question I want to ask you is, number one, what are these people fighting for? What do they really want? If they have been talking to them, let them alone, what do they want? We can see Ukraine, Russia, they are fighting because Russia want to overpower them and take them to their colony. What are they fighting for? Then number two, very important. Why will the president not come out and tell people this is what is going on? Anyone successive leader that come, we hide it. Anyone that come, we hide it. Jonathan was hiding it. Buhari came, the same thing. Now, Tinubu, who said he want to, Emile Congo, he want to rule. Why will he not tell people this is what is happening? And my prayer is America should come. It's my prayer, fervent prayer, and God will make them come. I just read online now that they never make ordinary empty threat. That's what that lawmaker who received Nigeria, that when he never received ordinary threat, he must fulfill his promise. God will bring them down to save us in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much. Bishop Lucky, the way forward.
The way is very simple. Let them have community policing, state policing, out of the federal police. and let them be empowered.
Okay, we have another caller. Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from? Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. My name is Mila Ifinedo. My name is Mila Ifinedo. I'm calling from Benin.
Go on. We're having network issue with you. Just go on. Okay. I think we're having network. The thing is re-echoing and coming back. Please, you can call again. Maybe it will be better. Okay, we have another caller. Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from?
My name is Mr. Moses.
Okay.
From Capital Road.
Okay.
What I say for this issue is, all those ethnic really here. For Benin, in our state, the data state, it is just more. Because with the youth, we need to mobilize people to walk away all those planning acts.
Oh, no. No, we don't want you to mention the name of any tribe. Because we have some very good Fulani people. I actually served as a copper very many years ago in Katsina State. They were very nice to me. I lived with them. We used to buy what they call rago. Rago means ram suya. We used to buy that in the evening as a copper in Katsina State. So they are good Fulani people. They are good Amsa people. They are good people in the north. I must tell you, I love them. So, but just like in Benin, just like in Edo State, we have good and bad people. So don't mention the name of any tribe because you don't have evidence to say this is a tribe. I love the Fulanis. I love the Amsa people. I love Nigerians. And I believe they love me too. Okay, we have another caller. Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from? Okay, go on.
What I'm trying to say, as this thing is this now, when people refuse, including our president, he refused to put hand. We in South here, we should expect more terrorists coming because they are already open door for them to come decide. They are already here. Those people are here already. So if our governor is not wake up, then we are going to get that problem. That's what I saw.
Thank you. I know what you are trying to say is that there is need for security measures to be put on the ground. We should be proactive, just like my guests have said, not only reacting to what has happened. I know that's what you are talking about. Okay, good afternoon. Another caller again. Your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Advocate. I'm calling from Igwebe.
Okay, Advocate. Good afternoon. How is Igwebe?
Igwebe is fine.
Okay, go on.
Just as one of the callers has said, really, why is it that the former president from Jonathan to date, why is it that they are not really talking? Why are they not addressing the issue? What is happening? Just as one of the callers has said, our prayer is for Trump to come because nothing is working politically and otherwise. The system has failed in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a caller, Advocate from Igwebe. He's also very worried. So while we wait for other callers, Sabesi Rabe, okay, let's just quickly take this caller. Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. My name is Julius, calling from Benin.
Okay.
It's quite, I'll be following this your program and every other program.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But it's very pathetic and quite unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. You know, like I always say, we can play politics with every other thing, not with security. Security does not know murder. Insecurity rather does not have coloration. So my major pain about this is that we thought because this president they said he's a master strategist. And I expected him to be strategic in all ramifications, especially when it comes to insecurity, not just politics. We know what played out in Jonathan's administration, how people condemn this man that is that kidnap took place. Security may be in that school because of DSS intelligence reports. Why did they vacate that premise? So these are all shrouded in secrecy, and I'd like to know that this Boko Haram, whether you like it or not, whether NBC, I'm entitled to my opinion, it's my right, it's every comment I make now, it is for me, not from ITV. I take responsibility for it. There are people sponsoring this Boko Haram, that is why that's supposed to go. People are responsible. People are playing politics with insecurity in Nigeria. Government has told us several times that they know those behind the scenes that are responsible. Why have they not have the political will to identify these people and deal with them squarely? But they were able to declare state of emergency in Rivers State. So we should stop all this politics and play politics with our lives. Enough is enough. We can't take this any longer. If President Tinubu could not face Nigeria, he should resign. Tinubu must go. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Very emotional again, but what I can just pick from there, if state of emergency can be declared in Rivers State because of the political imbroglio, why can't state of emergency be declared on security in Nigeria? A quick reaction from you, Sir Bessie Rabe.
There's no question about that. That's exactly what we've been talking about. There has to be, when we talk about state of emergency, it's not a suicide thing. You want to make sure that all attention is geared towards that very problem.
Yes.
All eyes will be on it. More resources will be deployed to do it. That's when we talk say a state of emergency. Now, the government over time, right from the time of President Goodluck Jonathan, this thing started, it snowballed to the 8 years of Buhari, and then we are now in the tenure of Tinubu. This problem, rather than abate, has continued to exacerbate. And therefore, it calls to question what the government is doing. Government is a continuum. You not say, oh, during Jonathan it was like this, now my own is like this. No, this is not a question of praising yourself that this is what you have done. No, it's a question of identifying the problem that is on ground and harness all the resources you have, both material, intellectually, and otherwise, to attack and confront the issue. But that's not what the government is doing. Even this government of Tinubu, I must tell you, they are on the defense. I just told you yesterday, the Secretary to Government, federal government, held a press conference defending the situation, praising himself, praising this administration. That is not what we need now. What we need now is a concerted effort. Now, what does it take? How long does it take to have a state police, for God's sake? It's not a new thing. In the 60s, we were having state police. There were native authority police in this country. Native authority, that local government have their own police. The state was having their own police. And then you have what we call constabulary. That in every locality, teachers, bankers, they are made to do that job. They pay them some stipend. They are called constabulary police. They are not regular police. To profile the people who live in a particular area. Everybody knows ourselves. And then when you do that, you are able to police your environment. But because of lack of political will, the bill is sleeping in the National House of Assembly. The National Assembly, they are there receiving defectors. That's what they are doing. They are receiving defectors. They are to align with the president. They are. Oshomole cried out a few days ago, my dear brother Egosa. Senator Oshomole, God bless him. Because he's my friend. I have always thought that, what's the Oshomole doing there now? He cried out to say, look, we are not rubber stamp. We are becoming one.
Okay.
Bills come from the executive almost immediately in the twinkle of an eye, in the speed of light. They approve it.
Okay, thank
but
you.
Nothing has been done.
We'll allow you to continue, Sir Bess. But let's just get this caller. Good afternoon. Your name, where are you calling from?
Good afternoon. My name is John. I'm calling from Benin.
Okay.
I want to appreciate your effort by giving this opportunity to us to express ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. One thing about this insecurity in Nigeria, it will only end when people on top have the will to do the job. They don't have the will. And that for them to stop these things, they need to cut off this security vote. Because as long as there is security vote, governors can stay without questioning, all take care of this new Benin Aziz? Because it is not when it happens they will take care of it. It's too crowded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Governor Monday Okpewolo, one of the callers, a member of the society, has just called in to appeal to you that New Benin Aziz in Benin City, Edo State is too crowded and security measures need to be put in place. I want to concur with that caller, because if you drive through New Lagos Road, through New Benin, across Mission Road, traders are even trading on the road now. God forbid there's maybe a vehicle will say there's brake failure. It can ram into the traders along the road. We are not saying people should not trade. This is the festive period. Let them go inside the market. Let them move away from the road. You know. So that's that caller. We have another caller now. Good afternoon. Your name? Where are you calling from?
Okay, thank you. My name is Mila Ifinedo. I'm calling from Benin.
Thank you. Go on.
As I said before, sir, my name is Mila Ifinedo. I'm calling from Benin, Kenwa Road here. What I see in this insecurity matter, sir.
Sir, do you know what you can do? Reduce the volume of your TV set. That is why it's re-echoing. Go on, please.
These people, they call them, they were political talks. This northern governor used them to run politics without giving them jobs. They were given guns by these former governors in North to do politics. After they have used them, they dumped them without giving them jobs. They were brought from neighboring countries. They are not Nigeria. If you discover, you will see some are Shad, some are Malians, some are Nigerians. They brought them to run election. They know these politicians in the north. They know what they are using them for. So they should settle them so that they can go back to their various countries. They should not leave them here. That is what is bringing this problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, thank you very much. Thank you. Like we said, the comments of our viewers, it is their personal comment, not a reflection of ITV at all. And one of the callers said it, that it is his own personal opinion. Because some of the comments they make, they don't have evidence to validate their comments. So we need to really make that very clear. But let's just conclude.
Yes, sir.
Bishop, just a sentence. Tell us the way out.
Yes. The way out is very simple.
Okay.
Get a vigilante, say police, federal police, army, or give them, increase their wages.
Okay.
Give them modern weapon and encourage them. I tell you, before 6 months, this thing is over.
Okay, thank you very much. Concluding comments are best.
Yeah, that's exactly what my take is. Let us go beyond rhetorics. Oh, we have done this, we have done the other one. Oh, in the past, when we came, the other government didn't do that. It's not time for blame game.
Okay.
It's time for action. The security architecture must be rejigged. The security architecture must be well beefed off. And the morale of the military are doing well. Their morale must be boosted. Okay. Pay them good wages. And when you do so, let's call the spade a spade. A caller just not talking about sponsors. Let us not run away with that. Run away from that. There are people sponsoring insecurity, even from the far north. Some people, the other time, they said they were going to publish their names. Government should do well if they really have those names, National Security Advisor, publish the names of these people and deal with them squarely. Once that is done, you will see Boko Haram and the ISWA will be a thing of the past. If we lack the capacity by way of weapons of war, armament we don't have, we should appeal to places like America, developed countries, to help us with such equipment to completely obliterate this menace.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the show. I hope you enjoyed every bit of 60 Minutes Nigeria, this week's edition. If you did, keep a date with me by the grace of God. Next week, we'll be looking at another topic that has to do with Nigeria. Until then, have a wonderful weekend ahead. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Love, they say it's a beautiful thing. People generally want to love people and be loved in return. And this certainly includes persons with disability. On the program today, our focus will be on the conversation we started last week, disability, dating, and marriage for persons with disability. And last week, our guest was Gift Ezeani. She was on the program and she was indeed a delight. Today promises to be super exciting as well, as our guest today is from a different cluster within the disability community. She is a hearing impaired person or a deaf person. She is going to be giving us her perspective about what dating, marriage, the concept of love what does it mean for a deaf person? Last week, we got a perspective of someone with visual impairment. Today, our perspective will be from the lens of a deaf person. This is how I'd like to welcome you to the program Hitches and Voices on independent television and radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and my sign language interpreter for today is Cynthia Godwin Aya. We'll go to the show proper, but before we do so, let me quickly introduce my guest properly. Her name is Millicent Ogbodu. She is a staff with the Edo State Civil Service. Millicent, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you.
All right, I'll start by asking the very first question. There's this, notion or perception that people have about the deaf, that the deaf do not trust other persons apart from themselves. Is that exactly true?
Yes, it is true. Yes.
Oh, you mean deaf people find it hard to trust other persons who are not deaf? And why so?
Why? The response is very, very clear. Because of communication. For example, if a deaf person, for instance, wants to get married to a hearing person, and that person does not understand sign language, how are they going to communicate? People with disability often depend on others to help them. So also, hearing impaired persons, they depend on the hearing persons to be their ears. But in most cases, the deaf find it difficult to trust the hearing because of communication gap. But if the hearing person understands their language, it becomes an easy thing.
Fantastic. So let's move to the subject of love, dating, and marriage proper now. This issue of communication that you raise, does it influence the kind of person a deaf person wants to be in a relationship with? The issue of sign language?
They would prefer, because of that communication gap, a deaf person would always prefer to date a fellow deaf person. For instance, if a hearing person is communicating with a deaf person, and peradventure, even if he's a deaf as well, assuming they are in the room and there is no light, how will they communicate? So that's just our own little way of illustrating communication gap between the hearing and the deaf. The deaf will always prefer 100% to date. The deaf will prefer to date a fellow deaf person than a hearing person, so that they won't be in the dark at any point.
So what if you have someone who is not deaf, who is not hearing impaired, but understands sign language? Would a deaf person want to be in a relationship with that kind of a person?
Yes, I have but on very rare occasions, I have a friend who is deaf but got married to a hearing person, although the mother of the boy is also deaf. So you can see that it's still the deaf community. So, but in most cases, the deaf prefer to get married to a fellow deaf person. That couple now that I said got married to a deaf person that got married to a hearing person, the family is doing well and they are okay.
All right. It is very obvious from what you've said that marrying within the deaf community is prevalent. Deaf persons prefer marrying within their community rather than finding love outside. But if someone who can understand sign language is available, a deaf person wouldn't mind engaging in a relationship with that person. I think that's the sense you've made.
Yes, she said yes.
All right. I know people are a bit curious. People would want to know if a deaf person is in a relationship or goes into marriage with another deaf person and they have children, how would they communicate with their child? How would they raise their child such that it does not affect the speech of that child? People will be curious about that.
Most times, hearing impaired couple often have assistance from extended family members, like mother of the bride, mother of the groom, or any of their relation who can help probably to stay with them, or the children having to go and spend some time with those hearing persons to assist them. Then in their own way, in the absence of all of these other persons, they can use the television, expose the children to sound from radio, from television, from cartoons, from phones, so that they can build their hearing and also learn how to talk.
So it's not a challenge if a deaf person is in a relationship with a deaf person and they give birth. It doesn't automatically mean that the child would start having speech defects. Because people have that notion.
No. That it is God that has made that. None of them, in most cases, have ever given birth to a deaf person. It is very, very rare, although they are there. But they always give birth to hearing persons, and they're able to train the children to hear and also to speak.
Fantastic. So, as a deaf person, she would have interacted with deaf persons who oftentimes try to find love. What is the most difficult thing they face in trying to find a partner? What are their challenges?
Okay, you said in most cases, hearing impaired persons, they don't have challenge in having, in finding love. But she wants to understand if your question is for a deaf person to a deaf person or a deaf person and a hearing person. Which of them?
Fantastic. So if it's for a deaf person, it's not quite difficult for them. But if it's for a hearing person, it's a bit challenging.
Yes, she wants to know.
Okay, but I'm asking generally.
Okay, it is only when it is deaf to a hearing person that they will have challenge because of sign language. But if it is deaf to deaf, they usually don't have challenges. Because of communication gap, there will be a challenge between the hearing person and the deaf person. And the same trust issue that she raised before will also be there.
All right. I would like to ask her a personal question. Before she got married, did she have any experience where a hearing person asked her out? And how did she handle that?
She said yes.
What was that experience like for her?
She said she even dated a hearing person before, but it was very, very difficult. I tried to force myself to understand his speech. When he's talking, I tried to lip read, but I mean, it was very frustrating and I wasn't feeling comfortable at all. Sometimes we try to write, but that takes a lot of time and also it spoils my emotions. So I decided that I cannot marry a hearing person. I promised myself that I was going to marry a deaf person no matter what, that God will help me to raise my children. And that's where I am today. I am married to a deaf man from Benin. I have 4 kids, and we are happy together.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, we'll go on a quick break. We've been having a very interesting conversation with Millicent Odogwu, who's been sharing her experience with us, as perspective as far as love, dating, relationship, marriage for people with hearing impairment. When we come back from the break, we'll continue our conversation with Millicent. Welcome back from that break. If you've been following the program, you agree with me that we've been having a very exciting conversation with Millicent. She's been sharing her thoughts about love, marriage, and relationship for persons with hearing impairment. And for me, I've been having a nice time just listening to her. But I would also want to ask her a very important question. As deaf persons, what's your personal experience, or what have you noticed about the interference of other family members in your relationship?
Okay, for me, my personal experience has been a nice one. I'm very okay. My mother-in-law has been very helpful to me and my family.
So is it also important that people around you, your family, understand sign language as well?
No, they don't understand the standard sign language. We just use body gesture, and sometimes we write also. Most times we write. So we are able to understand each other.
Okay, we are in an era of technology now. I mean, technology has evolved over time. And I'm wondering within me, does technology help in any way to foster relationship between, whether it's a deaf stroke, a non-deaf person, or a deaf to a deaf person? Has technology helped the deaf community to enjoy love, to enjoy relationship, to enjoy marriage better?
Yes, it has been very helpful. That we're able to use WhatsApp to communicate, we're able to do video calls, and they have been very helpful, exchanging messages and pleasantries through technological gadgets, especially WhatsApp has been very helpful to deaf community. Yes.
Fantastic. I mean, I'm wondering within me that in an era where these things didn't exist, I'm sure somehow the deaf community still find way to, find love, amongst themselves. There's this perspective too that people oftentimes want to take advantage of deaf people, particularly the deaf ladies. What's our thoughts on that?
Well, it depends. It depends on the context you are looking at it from. But in most cases, yes, people take undue advantage of them still because of communication gap. Most young deaf ladies cannot communicate with their parents. So whatever that is going on with them, within them, around them, they cannot communicate to their parents and also their loved ones. So communication gap remains the major challenge of persons with hearing impairments.
So communication is a big challenge within that community for those with hearing impairment. I mean,
yes, it is.
If they could communicate effectively, it's obvious people who take advantage of them will not have the opportunity to do so, I guess.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. I know people are also curious. I mean, and I'm sure she has seen people with hearing impairments marrying people who don't have any form of disability whatsoever. For instance, within the blind cluster, for those who are visually impaired, they feel it's more convenient for them to marry somebody who is without any disability. But I've learned today on the show that for deaf persons, they feel more comfortable marrying someone who is within their cluster, and they feel it's safer for them, you know, that way.
Yes.
But generally, what misconception does she think people have about deaf people and how they find love and relationship? What's that misconception she thinks people have about them?
Okay, the first misconception is that people feel that deaf persons, they usually get angry easily and that they are very violent.
That's a common misconception.
And that's, yes, and that depends on the situation that that deaf has found his or herself. But generally, it's not true. I know that it can be very frustrating when they are trying to communicate and nobody understands them. But that notwithstanding, we still have a lot of deaf persons out there who are loving and caring, and they are nice to be with.
Okay, let's move into, I know this is outside love, dating, relationship. Let's move to another concern that we've had concerning the deaf community for a long time, the issue of accommodation. I'm aware of the fact that many landlords, landladies, owners of property often decline giving deaf people accommodation or renting their houses to deaf persons. What does she think about this? Is it not worrisome to her?
It is true. Sometimes they feel, the landlord themselves feel that because these people are deaf, they cannot pay. And they also feel that deaf people can also make trouble with other persons. But all of these are misconceptions. The deaf persons are not animals. We are humans like every other person. So if we go out in search of a place to rest our heads, it is within what we can afford. We don't go for what we cannot afford, and we never go out in search of accommodation with the intention of not wanting to pay rent or causing trouble. So we should be accepted in the society, and we should know that every one of us have his or her own challenges. If it is communication, for me, the phone has made it very, very easy for us to communicate with other people. But people don't even want to open up to accept us, so it becomes very frustrating.
All right, beautiful. Back to the love conversation and the relationship conversation. We've discovered that deaf people get married very early. You see 21, 25, deaf people in their mid-20s, early 20s, they get married very quickly. Why so?
You said the question is quite funny. That for her, she feels that whenever anybody finds love and you are matured enough, you have found love and you can take care of yourself and the family, why not? What matters at all is, has the person found love? If yes, and the person is matured enough, has all the resources, the person can go ahead to get married.
Prefer marrying within their cluster. Have they had situations where family would want to force them to marry people without, or a person without a disability? Has there been experiences like that?
Yes. Personally, when I was young, I asked my parents, please, can you allow me to get married to a deaf person? My father said it depends on me. And I asked my father again, do you mean it depends on me means I can marry either a hearing or a deaf person? My father still said, yes, it depends on me. Okay, but my mother actually wanted me to get married to a hearing person.
All right. But I'll ask this very final question. People also think, but I've seen, okay, if I say I've seen, some people will question it, but I've noticed that most deaf ladies are very beautiful. I mean, does she agree with that?
Yes.
I've seen a lot of beautiful deaf ladies in my lifetime, and that's quite fascinating. All right, it's been an interesting conversation on the program today, discussing or having a chat with Millicent Ogbodu. She's been on about the subject of love, relationship, dating for persons with hearing impairment. And I hope you learned a couple of things from her today. And she's been able to dispel some of those misconceptions people have about people with hearing impairment, particularly when they give birth to children. People often think that, oh, automatically, because the parents can't talk, it's definitely going to affect the speech of that child. That's really not the case. Thank you for following us on the program today. Thank you for watching on TV and listening on radio. We'll do this again next week. My name is Kingsley Okoje, saying spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
very pleasant afternoon to you, and thank you for joining us on the news. I am Lawrence Osifo. We'll begin by telling you that the detained leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, on Thursday moved to halt the scheduled judgment on the 7-count terrorism charge preferred against him by the federal government. The court had on November 7th fixed the matter for judgment for November 20th, 2025. Deborah Ugbefun has more.
When the case was called up, trial judge Justice James Omotosho noted that shortly after the case was adjourned, Kanu filed a series of motions before the court. After Kanu identified all the motions, they were consolidated by the court, which equally allowed him to argue them. Kanu, in his first motion, filed on November 12, prayed for an order referring what he described as certain substantial issues arising from the trial to the Court of Appeal. He further prayed the court to stay further proceedings in the case, pending the determination of the case by the appellate court. The IPOB leader insisted that the trial court ab initio lacked the jurisdiction to try him on the strength of a charge he said was based on non-existing law.
Show me where it says
in another motion, Kanu, who is representing himself, prayed the court to grant him bail on liberal terms pending the determination of the case. He insisted that his continued detention was unconstitutional.
You don't know law. Show me where it says you can wear my right for like this. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want to show me the law.
On his part, the federal government's lawyer, Adegboyega Awomolo, SAN, urged the court to dismiss the application and proceed with the judgment.
It's 2661A. So I'll be urging your lordship to invoke that section to remove the defendant from these further proceedings, and I thank your lordship. It is in the interest of justice that the court should function according to the law. It's not to be at the behest of parties.
At the time of this report, the court has proceeded with the judgment. Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has vowed to bring back the abducted Kebbi school girls and bring the abductors and other terrorists to justice. The president, who had earlier said that he was depressed that the heartless terrorists have interrupted the education of the innocent children, assured parents and guardians of the kidnapped schoolgirls that the government would ensure their quick release and safe return. The president had also asked Vice President Kashim Shettima to visit the state to sympathize with the state government and the parents of the students. In the early hours of Monday, more than 24 schoolgirls were abducted from their beds at a boarding school in Maga in Kebbi State, northwestern Nigeria. Armed with rifles, the kidnappers arrived on motorcycles, scaled the school fence and shot and killed the vice principal of the school as he tried to protect the students. Following the incident, the president has postponed his scheduled trip to Johannesburg in South Africa and Luanda in Angola to attend the 20th G20 Summit of Leaders and the 7th AU-EU Summit, respectively. Still on terrorism, where the Nigerian Air Force NAF fighter jet has bombed a terrorist hideout in Zambiza Forest in Borno State, killing several terrorists and destroying their camp. The strikes came days after terrorists ambushed and killed 2 soldiers and 2 civilians JTF along the Damboa axis of Borno State. NAF spokesman Air Commodore Ehimen Edudame revealed this in a statement on Wednesday night. He said the strikes were conducted yesterday within the Zambiza general area after a series of intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance and a mission that tracked terrorist movement following the 17th October ambush ground on troops at Kashomri. And to Anambra State, southeastern Nigeria, where 1 person died while another sustained serious injury in a fatal auto crash along Oka-Onitsha Expressway in Anambra State. The crash, which occurred at Igbariam Junction, involved a red Coca-Cola trailer without registration number and an ash-colored bus belonging to the Anambra State Amalgamated Traders Association. According to eyewitness, the Asmata bus stopped to fix a faulty tire and did not park properly when the incident happened. Confirming the incident, Sector Commander, Federal Road Safety Corps, FROSC, Corps Commander Bridget Asekano attributed the cause of the crash to the loss of control by the trailer driver, while sympathizing with the deceased family and wishing the injured and the victims a speedy recovery. The FROSC bears urged motorists to drive cautiously, maintain safe speed, and avoid reckless maneuvers. In Edo State, where the State Police Command has reassured residents that it is intensifying strategies to curb the rising cases of kidnapping and other crimes across the state, particularly incidents recorded in farming communities. Fielding questions from crime correspondent Jolade Ojo, the State Police Command's Public Relations Officer CSP Moses Joeyamo explained that several initiatives, including the Community Safety Partnership, strengthen intelligence gathering, and enhance synergy with sister security agencies, are being implemented to address insecurity in the state. The report is presented by Jolade Ojo.
Chief Superintendent of Police Moses Yamu says many recent incidents reported to the command involved farmers being attacked on their farmland, a trend that has become more pronounced in recent months. He, however, noted that kidnapping incidents on major highways have reduced compared to earlier periods. CSP Moses Yamu further highlighted the Community Safety Partnership Initiative championed by the Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, as one of the command's major strategies in tackling the evolving trend of insecurity. Another critical approach, he said, is the reinforcement of intelligence gathering, supported by the deployment of high-end surveillance tools, including drones, to monitor difficult terrains, uncover criminal hideouts, and guide targeted operations.
The Community Safety Partnership Initiative, which is a response to these cases of kidnapping that we used to record in the hinterlands, the farms, has trickled down to area commands and divisions to ensure that all hands are on deck to checkmate this issue of kidnapping, especially in the farm. Part of this initiative has to do with patrolling of farms. The issues of also intelligence gathering has been intensified by the command. Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has also approved for the purchase of a state-of-the-art drone. So that will also help the police.
On synergy with other security formations, the police spokesperson stressed that collaboration remains active, productive, and far-reaching.
We have been working very well with both the task force, the vigilante, to ensure that we have a very peaceful Edo State, even in our bush combing operations and rescue operations.
While acknowledging public concerns as legitimate, the PPRO appealed to residents to remain calm and continue sharing credible information with the command. From Benin, Jolade Ojo, ITV News.
Just stay on to the ITV News, reaching you live on independent television. We'll take a break to bring you more reports. After the break, stay with us.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into...
Thank you so much for staying with us on the news and talking business, where chip giant Nvidia beat Wall Street expectations from revenue and upcoming sales, easing investors' concern about heavy artificial intelligence AI spending that have unsettled the markets. In its quarterly earnings report on Wednesday, the firm said revenue from the 3 months of October jumped to 62% to $57 billion, driven by demand for its chips used in AI data centers. Sales from that division rose to 66% to more than $51 billion. Nvidia, the world's most valuable company, is seen as a bellwether for AI boom. The chief executive, Jensen Huang, also said in a statement that sales of its AI Black Belt system were off the charts and that cloud GPUs are sold out. The chip maker's quarterly report garnered even more attention than usual on Wall Street amid mounting concern that AI stocks are overvalued and the fear that may persist despite Nvidia's blockbuster result. Those fears have fueled 4 consecutive daily drops in the S&P 500 index leading up to Wednesday, as questions will about returns on AI investment. The benchmark index has fallen nearly 3% so far in November. The bar was high heading into Nvidia's results. On to entertainment, where the ongoing dispute between actor Tay Arimoro and actress-producer Peggy Ovire has entered the dramatic phase. What began as a chaotic altercation on November 11, 2025 has become and now resulted in a 100 million naira legal demand, a potential landmark rights-based lawsuit, and an industry-wide debate about professionalism, safety, and accountability on Nollywood sets. The new development were confirmed through a detailed 7-page legal demand issued on November 18, 2025 by Inibehe Ifyong's Chamber, a law firm representing Arimoro. The document, which was made public shortly after it was sent, outlines accusations of physical assault, unlawful restraint, and violations of 3 constitutional rights: personal liberty, freedom of movement, and dignity of human person. The tone and structure of the legal letter indicates that the actor intends to pursue the matter beyond the court of public opinion, possibly establishing a judicial precedent for how conflict on Nigerians' film sets are handled. But until the legal letter was released, neither side had provided a detailed or formal account of their version of the event. The new legal filing marks the first structured chronological narrative from Arimoro's side, transforming an incident previously seen as celebrity drama into a constitutional dispute. Efyong's involvement is particularly notable. The lawyer is widely known for human rights cases involving unlawful detention, police abuse, and public interest litigation. His firm's decision to frame the allegation not as simple assault but as a constitutional violation underscores the seriousness with which Arimoro is pursuing the matter legally. Talking sports, where Morocco and Paris Saint-Germain PSG defender Achraf Hakimi has been named 2025 African Men's Player of the Year. Hakimi finished ahead of former winners Victor Osimhen and Mohamed Salah to clinch the award. He is the first Moroccan since Mustafa Hadji in 1998 to claim the continent's prestigious Individuals Men Award, and is the first defender to be named Africa's best player since former TP Mazembe centre-back Bwanga Seaman in 1973. The right-back was instrumental for both the French giant and his national team. He helped PSG land the treble, securing the Ligue 1 French Cup and the first UEFA Champions League title. In the women's category, Gilans Chebak, also from Morocco, emerged as the winner ahead of Super Falcons and PSG forward Rashidat Ajibade. Another Moroccan international was recognized as Yassine Bono, who claimed the CAF Men Goalkeeper Award of the Year after a standout year that included being named in the best 16 of the FIFA Club World Cup in 2025. Nigeria's Chiamaka Nadozie retained the CAF Women's Goalkeeper of the Year award for the third consecutive year, having helped the Super Falcons secure the WAFCON title. CAF Men's Coach of the Year went to Bubista, who led Cape Verde to the maiden FIFA World Cup qualification for 2026, the greatest achievement in the country's football history. The Democratic Republic of Congo DRC striker Fiston Mayele was named CAF Men Inter-Club Player of the Year after finishing as top scorer in CAF Champions League 2024-2025, helping his Egyptian club Pyramids lift the trophy for the first time. Morocco's Under-20 team were named the Men's National Team of the Year after winning the FIFA Under-20 World Cup 2025, while Nigeria's Super Falcons were the Women's National Team of the Year. And that's the size of our package on the ITV News for this time. I am Lawrence Osifo, thanking you for watching. From everyone here, to have a beautiful afternoon ahead.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.